My number is 512-963-237. 512-963-237. Sign on the joint. All right, I left him a voicemail, David, so.
Well, excellent. I'm just being fancy here and saying good afternoon, good evening, wherever you might be, middle of the night. I'm David Dorian Ross, and this is the Virtual Pipe Club, and these are the fantastic Virtual Pipe Club Zoom Room crew. Say good afternoon, Zoom Room.
Good afternoon.
Hey, good afternoon.
Hello, everyone.
And a more bashful and low-key bunch you'll never find, apparently. So today is a special day for us. We are anticipating a wonderful guest, the owner of the website pipestud.com. So I guess he's the pipe stud, Steve Fallon. But we're trying to reach him because we're afraid that he thinks that he's supposed to be here tomorrow. So, Steve, if you're watching, we're waiting.
We could come back.
Yeah. If anybody knows where Steve is, tell him to come on in. Listen, I'm going to turn this over to our real boss, Oliver, and talk about what everybody's smoking today. I have something special too at the end there, Oliver.
Yeah. All right. So welcome. And let me start with something different this time. So we had last time, I would say, a really nice meeting, and we figured out that our group dynamic is very nice and kind, and everybody was a host, and it was pretty cool. So for our warm-up today, I have an idea. So my idea is, let's play a little game. So can you guys see what I have in my hand?
Yeah, 5 fingers.
Oh, close. Exactly. It's a pipe. It's a virtual pipe. So when I call the game, don't drop the pipe. And that means I will start to call someone of you guys, and you have to tell me what you're smoking and a little story about it or whatever you like, because you are the guy with the virtual pipe. I give it to you and say, don't drop the pipe, Jürgen, for example. So after Jürgen finished the statement, he can give the pipe to the next one, and so on and so on. And I think this is maybe a good thing for more group dynamic. And at the end, the guy with the virtual pipe is the guy who has to start in our next meeting. So when you guys think that's it's funny, let's try this. What do you think?
Yeah, give it a whirl.
Yes. Yeah, why not? All right, so let me start. I have my 7LE 320. It's a Bianca, called Bianca, like the name of my wife.
Oh.
And in it, I have some McBaron Latakia flake. So, and right now, I have my virtual pipe and say, don't drop it, Boris from Switzerland.
Jesus Christ, always me. I have my no-name, somehow Italian, no clue, but beautiful shape and great lines, and unfortunately without filter. And with this, I just made today the test with the McBaron vanilla roll cake. I'm stuck to this stuff since 3 days now. I really like it, but I prefer it with a filtered pie because the vanilla is more pronounced with it. So I have my virtual pipe and I pass it to Ian Reed. What are you smoking?
I've got some McBaron Danish mixture in this pipe. It's the first pipe I ever bought. I have no idea who made it. It just says made in London. Right, I pass the pipe to Stephen Emas. Excuse my pronunciation.
Actually, your pronunciation was perfect.
A lot of people miss it. Well, I'm smoking my golf ball pipe, thanks to Phil Orr. And I'm smoking what's left of my Elizabethan Virginia, which I loaded up this morning when I had to take my brother back to the golf course so that he could retrieve his iPhone. I dropped my pipe and I'm passing it over to Jurgen.
And it's a very nice pipe. I'm becoming more non-filter smoker since I have this pipe. So and I give my. Tell me what you're smoking, Amir. Greetings to Indonesia.
Hey, morning. So it's 2:00 in the morning right now.
Oh,
Yeah, I am smoking some Wild Atlantic from Peterson in my birthday pipe, a gift from my wife. It's a Big Ben Silhouette. This is my best smoker. Among my rotation, this is my best smoker. It's my total favorite. And this is an English pipe. The funny story about this pipe is the first time I see the drillings, that time I was learning about pipe making. The drilling is not that superb, there are some mistakes here and there, but I couldn't figure out why it is the best smoking pipe I ever had. I don't know why. It baffles me. Yeah. Okay, so I'm passing the pipe to Stuart from Australia.
There. Can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah. Good. Okay. Well, I've got a new pipe that I'm breaking in. It's Savinelli Bing's favourite. Thank you very much, DDR and Oliver, for introducing me to this shape. I didn't go the red stem. I thought that was a bit flashy, so it's just the black in a smooth. So that's why I'm smoking. Also, it's made in Italy, and so was my wife. So that's something, isn't it? This morning I'm smoking a C&D Good Morning, which is the early morning pipe, C&D take on the early morning pipe, and enjoying it. So yes, and I've got new respect for you, Amir. It's 4 a.m. here, so I didn't realise that you were up at 3. So just goes to show I left a warm bed, a hot wife, for a hot coffee and a warm pipe, and you guys. So I'll take my virtual pipe and send it through to John Torfy, sorry.
Yeah, you got it right. I'm smoking my my Peterson house pipe today, and what I'm smoking in it is a little mixed bag. I used to get, sadly, one of the local pipe shops, or not so local, middle of Illinois. He just recently closed down, but when you buy tobacco from him, he'd give you a little sample package in there. So every time I got that little sample pack, I just throw it in the jar, and it's my mixed bag. So it's a combination of all kinds of different blends. But my house pipe I've had for a while and really enjoy it. So I've got my virtual pipe, and I'll pass it off to Peter Gitz.
Sorry, I was muted. I'm also got the club pipe going. It's a really great smoking pipe. Super good value, I think. I mean, you can't beat it. So awesome job on that, you guys. And I'm smoking the Haunting. Just to be weird, Glenn, I'm not smoking early morning pipe because it's what I smoke like every time. But I've got the haunting going, and it's wonderful. So thank you. I guess I'm going to pass the pipe to Glenn because he lives about 10 miles from me.
Hi, thank you very much. I'm smoking early morning pipe. It's about 15 or so years old. It's the original Murray's blend, and I'm smoking it in a design Berlin straight grain freehand, I guess this would be. Plateau top and back and a little bend to it. Very nice pipe, and I'm enjoying the early morning pipe as well. So I'll pass it on to Miguel.
Thank you, Glenn. It's Miguel from Canada. I think you know me by now, but I'm smoking actually with Tom Eltang Poker Bamboo. And I posted last night that I found my magnum opus, like Ernie Quintiliani from Watt Cigar. And I'm smoking it with my HH Virginia plate. Nice to see you all. And I passed the virtual pipe to Albin from Texas.
Hello, pipers. I am smoking fireworks because it's my motorcycling pipe because it gets beat up a lot, and it's a dark sandblast so that you can scratch it, drop it. It doesn't. You can't tell. So, and I am in a small rural town of about 500 people in the hill country of Texas. So I peeled off from my motorcycle group so I could not miss this meeting. So I just won't miss it. I'm a dedicated piper here. Any rate, and I'm smoking some red Rappery, Rattray's red Rappery. I'm kind of on a red Rappery kick right now. So I will turn it over to Bo. Bo, you hear me? Bo Reese.
I already had my turn, Alvin.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay, I was probably on the phone trying to find pipe stud. Okay.
There's another Boris.
So let me then. Okay, Peter, have you had your turn yet? Drop. Okay. Let me try then, Derek. Derek, I dropped the pipe to you.
Hey, how's it going, guys? Today I'm smoking the Sutliff Field Stream, and in it I got my 7 Ellie 636 Marion Glace. I really like this pipe. I actually got it from off Facebook from that Brothers of the Briar, Val Shanahan. Yeah, I got 3 or 4 pipes from him. I really, I think they're all estate, but man, when they come in, they're I can't tell it, you know. So, but yeah, I really like the 7 Ellie. I got actually I talked my wife into getting me the 320 Oceano for Father's Day, so I gotta wait a little bit, but that's okay, you know. But I've been wanting that one. It's a smooth pipe, and I looking forward to that. But well, I'm not. Let's see. I'll pass the pipe to. Let's see. How about Jim Letzia?
Yeah, there we are. Jim Letizia, you did good on that. Most people can't hit that first time. Yeah, in my Armalini, this beautiful Cavendish that I got from David Ruiz. I acquired that from him, and boy, it's become probably my favorite smoking pipe. And I'm smoking some Sun Bear today. I brought this back out again. It's been a while since I've had some. Boy, it's really, really good. And I'm sitting here in Central Florida, right outside of Orlando on Lake Rosalie. My boat's back there and been catching fish, and the weather's great. Got to be getting hot, though, so all you guys warming up. Coming out of the cold, we're going into the hot. So, and I'll pass this over to David Ruiz, who I got this beautiful pipe from. David.
Thank you, Jim. I'm so happy that you like it, first of all. And as you can see, Martinez is my first last name. Ruiz is my second last name. We tend to have two. So Martinez is not my middle name. You can call me Martinez. I know DDR does it all the time too. But what I'm smoking today, it's my 1946 Comoy Prince. It's pretty much my favorite shape. It has the best bit I ever had, super thin. It smokes wonderful. With Oliver's favorite tobacco to put in his 9mm Savinellis. What I want to do this time, I know I have a super close friends in this group since we've been meeting over a year now. But since we have another Spaniard on my team from home, it makes me feel home over all Americans and all the foreigners. I just want to pass my pipe to Ricardo.
Well, good evening, everyone. I am smoking a Savinelli Tortuga that my wife gave me as a present just this week. This is the second smoke on this pipe. I am building a small collection of 9mm filter pipes because I have to use them now. I've been smoking for 25 years, but for reasons which would be very long to explain, I find 9mm pipes are now better for me. And it has been a very long time since I had to break in a pipe, and I didn't remember how ungrateful it may be sometimes. I'm smoking Dunhill London mixture, an old tin that I found in my cellar while looking for something else, which I didn't find. I can't talk about the tobacco because the pipe is not so far collaborating. It will. All pipes can be smoked into submission. And that's what I intend to do with it. So I will pass my virtual pipe to Ramahadran. Sorry for my pronunciation. I think you don't have your microphone on.
You're on mute, Ramachandran.
Good evening, Ramachandran from India. And today I'm smoking my Raffle prize, Bing's favorite, which I got a surprise in this last raffle. And in it, I'm smoking Sutlej Match Late Evening. So I'm now passing it to Bud Sendigo. Bud.
Thanks. I'm smoking my Near, I guess, class 2. I think that's what they designate them as. And it's a nice little smoker with a big bowl. And I'm smoking some LJ Peretti Blend 111 that I heard about when we visited the LJ Peretti shop. That's what our host was smoking. And it's about in the high 60s here in San Diego. It's still morning. And I think I'll drop the pipe and send it on over to the best beard in Virtual Pipe Club, Boris.
Thank you. I'm smoking this club pipe, and in it, McFarlane's Navy Flake. I really like this tobacco. It's the first thing that I have had this, and really like the honey taste in this. Don't smoke much at all, but this is good. So let's see who's next. Hey, David Doria. I pass my part to you.
Well, thank you.
David?
Here, let's see if I can do this. I am smoking a brand new pipe that I just acquired. This is, here we go. Do you guys remember we had Chris Kelly from Eldridge Pipes and as our guest one time? So I've been coveting one of his pipes for a long time, and his commissioned time frame, as you guys might remember, is months out. So I ordered something, but it won't be around till September. So he just happened to have one that didn't sell, and I snagged it up. And this is, one of his very interesting shapes there. It's a bizarre cutty, and it looks like, toxic toadstool stem there. And Miguel was talking about beating your pipe into submission. And I made an interesting discovery, and I thought maybe this might be something we could talk about while we're waiting for Steve to show up. And that is...
David, I got an update. He'll be on in about 10 minutes.
He'll be on in about 10 minutes. Thank you, Alvin. I filled this with what did I fill this with? I think maybe early morning pipe, and it didn't smoke well. It was hard to draw. It didn't feel like it was doing anything, and so I switched it up and I put some exclusive in. David Martinez introduced me to exclusive, and I really loved it. So I thought I would put some of this, and it smoked perfectly. And so now I'm dedicating this pipe to only vapors, because it loves vapors. And so today I'm smoking some Westminster from GLPs in my new pipe. And that's my story. Let me see. Let me take my virtual pipe and pass it to Hamoud. Hamoud.
Yeah, hi everybody. Hi, good folks. Signing in from Saudi Arabia. Good evening. I'm smoking Peterson 106 Dublin edition, and in it I'm smoking some 965. It's my current favorite tobacco. And that's it for me. I'm passing my pipe to Dennis.
Marhaba, Almud. Thank you. Hello there, everyone. Let's see, what have I got here? This is the Missouri Meerschaum St. Patrick's Day special from about 2 years ago with a gold stem, because the prior year was the green stem. And if anybody knows, the Irish flag is green, gold, and white. So I'm waiting for them to come out with a white stem so I can pick up a triple match set. And what have I got in here? C'est la vie, which is I just got a packet of it with the pipe once, so I decided to try it. It's a French vanilla mix-up, and it's livable, but it's nothing I would call great. But again, everybody has their own ideas of what's a good pipe. But I will admit, it goes great with a cup of coffee and cream, so it's not going too bad together. Indianapolis is where I'm at. It's raining nicely down here and in the 60s. And good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, everyone. And now, considering so many people have been on, I'm trying to sit. Alvin, have you been on yet?
Yes, sir, I have.
All right, let's go down the line. I think Tim has already been up, right?
No, you talk me?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, I haven't been up. Thank you. Okay. What we have. My Peterson, Watson, Sherlock Holmes. This is an interesting story behind this pipe. I got it in a trade with David Martinez, and I traded a couple pipes for this one and the original. And if we think about the Peterson 7-day set, the original and the Watson are on both extreme ends of that set. So David was responsible for helping me bookend my Sherlock Holmes set. And in it, I am smoking some Robert McConnell Scottish Cake, one of my go-to favorites. Very enjoyable tobacco. And I think I'm going to pass it off to Lou Carbone of the New York Pipe Club.
Thank you, Tim. Good day, good evening, everybody, and good everything in between. I'm glad to be here with you guys. I am smoking, this is a Brad Pullman. It's Brad's take on an Iverson blowfish. And I got this pipe, I purchased this pipe in Chicago a number of years back from a local collector there by the name of Juan Contreras. He had a wonderful table of estate pipes. I bought a few pipes from him that day. And I am smoking some Peter Heinrich's Curly Block in here, which I had to slice and chop up. It's a wonderful blend. And I'm smoking here from Queens, New York City. It's like in the 60s, 62 degrees. Beautiful day today. And that's it. I would like to pass the virtual pipe if he hasn't been up yet, because I had a hard time finding the link, by the way. And thank you, Oliver and Dimitri, for helping me out. I'll pass it to my New York Pipe Club brother, Dimitri, if he hasn't been up yet.
Hello, everybody. Well, yesterday I bought this bottle of Irish whiskey, Fighting 69. Fighting 69 was founded in 1849. New York State Militia Regiment. They fought in the Civil War, World War I, World War II, and some of modern conflicts. And they always lead St. Patrick's Day parade in New York City. So this is very significant for me as a New Yorker. Also, one of my mentors as a New York City tour guide served in Fighting 69. He was a Jewish man, but because he served in 69, he became honorary Irish. So, of course, because I'm drinking this whiskey, I have to smoke Peterson. I'm smoking Peterson Killarney Rhodesian. And I'm smoking Peterson 3Ps in it. Amazing tobacco, all African tobaccos, Virginia and Burley. And I use this Ulu knife, Damascus steel, to cut this tobacco.
That's what I use to cut the Curly Block, Dimitri.
Okay. And let's see who else is there. I'll pass the pipe to who haven't been on yet. Andrew.
Thank you, Dimitri. You guys hear me okay?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
All right. Well, I'm coming to you from a beautiful afternoon here in New Jersey, Jersey Shore, so I'm probably not that far from Dimitri. So I've yet to get to go to a New York pipe show, unfortunately. I am smoking my Nate King kind of Danish stack, beautiful pipe. I got to meet Nate in Chicago a couple of years ago for the first time, and now that I'm on, I got a plane coming overhead. Got to meet Nate. He's a great guy, amazing artist and carver. If you guys haven't seen his work, you should definitely check him out. And I'll give a little, also I'll say I'm happen to be using my but all right. So with that, I will. Oh, I'm smoking some Gowth and Hogarth rum flake today as well. I will pass my virtual pipe to, I guess, Steve Spen. Have you been on yet?
Not yet. Hello to all my fellow VPCers from here in Central Illinois, where it's raining cats and dogs off and on, probably similar to what's going on in Indianapolis there. Smoking my Elf Cobbett Missouri Meerschaum today with some Haunted Bookshop. Hadn't had that in a couple of weeks, and I must say it's tasting very good. A couple other blends I've really been enjoying lately are the Am4 of Virginia. Finally got turned on to that. And 1792 flake. I finally snagged a tin of that, really enjoying that. I joined late, so I'm going to roll the dice here. Pablo in New York, have you been on yet?
Hey, no, I have not been. I also joined a little late. I am smoking my little 1920-something Dunhill, and I am smoking some Virginia slices made by Dan Tobacco, the Tordenskjold. I don't know if that's how you say it, but good stuff. Very nice.
Yeah.
And I am in New York City, in Manhattan, Midtown East. It's a very nice day. I just had a nice long bike ride and I got back just in time. So this is shaping up to be a very nice day. Now,
Yeah, you actually live very close to the Fighting 69th Armor, which is on Lexington and 25th.
Yeah, I see it all the time. And I also live very close to where Nat Sherman's used to be. So if it were still open, I would be there all the time. But unfortunately, it's gone. Great. I will pass it to, I'm just going to throw the dice here too. Ivan Kovacs, have you been up?
Hi, everyone.
Hey,
Ivan
Ivan,
Kovacs here
hold
in
on.
London. Thank you, Pablo. Thank you, New York, and everyone else. Welcome.
Ivan, let me interrupt you for just a second. I just had to make this comment that for some reason, all of the New York guys look so clean. Did you guys all get together and go get a haircut and a shave? I mean, you guys look all just totally like cleaned up nicely there. Dimitri's got a first haircut in over a year. You guys look terrific. Ivan, not that you don't look terrific too. I just want to make sure that it didn't come across.
You wouldn't understand it. It's a New York thing.
Thank you, David.
We're not completely out of lockdown here in London, so the hair is still out the hair. But pipe-wise, this is a Chacon military mount. It's actually my favorite. It was an eBay bargain, brand new, unsmoked from years and years and years ago, and it's always been my favorite. However, tobacco-wise, I got some sliced up cigars that I sort of revived with a bit of cognac, some Cohiba, some Romeo and Juliet Coronas, and hey, they're smoking up nicely. Actually, I've never tried this before. I'm enjoying it, but I got the idea from somebody here online, and one of the conversations, that it seems to be working out. Good to see everyone. Shall we pass it on to? Has Ricardo been on yet?
David,
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Pipe Stud just called me and said that when he hits the link you sent him, it takes him to a Zoom.is site or IJ or something like that. So he's not sure what's going on.
All right.
So,
Thank you. I'll take care of it.
Okay. All right. Thanks.
Yeah, I have participated. Yeah, so you should look for someone else.
Right. So looking at the Michael Rees, are you there?
Thank you. Yes, I have not gone yet. Hi, everybody. I'm smoking my newly acquired Costello C-Rock stack military mount. And in it, I am smoking some Sutliff 507C, which is one of my favorite Virginias, especially because it's bulk and it's extremely reasonably priced, but it's a phenomenal tobacco, right up there with HH Pure Virginia and Amphora. So I'm not sure who. I don't know if Ian has gone yet, but if he hasn't, I'll pass it to him.
I've already been. If that's me.
Anybody? Yeah, anybody hasn't been. I came a few minutes late, so I'm not sure who has or has not gone already.
Well, I just tuned in. So
there you go, Kent.
I'm assuming we're just what we're smoking and what we're smoking in.
Yes, correct.
All right. So I've got an Amphora pipe, which is the same design as the Stanwell 01. And it'll fool you, especially from a distance. But yeah, there are some slight differences. But I had this idea of trying to have a pipe as close to, if not the same thing, that I saw Bing Crosby smoke in his movies. So this is part of that collection. And I've got my Frankenstein aromatic English bits and bobs burning in it. And I had this strange experience because I haven't opened it back up for a while, except just to add some stuff in. I added some, and maybe I added a little Lakeland because I got hit with Lakeland, and I thought, wow, I wasn't expecting that. I don't think that if you put, I didn't even put a year on this, but for years, if you keep adding English and aromatics together, you don't get a kind of a soapy thing happen, do you? Has anybody experienced that?
I did it by accident. I was putting all my bits and bobs into one jar because I was so new at it that nobody had told me that was not a good idea. And when I tried it out, when I finally opened it up, it was terrible. I just have to say, you're lucky. You're fortunate that yours came out okay. Mine was like, bleh, and immediately go and rinse my mouth out. So I don't know if anybody else had a different experience. So now I keep them separate.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's not beyond Lakeland, but it's definitely a soapy kind of experience. So maybe I'll just keep them separate from now.
There's Pipe Stud.
Yes, indeed. So Kent, you are the final person with the virtual pipe. So that means, Oliver, does that mean that he gets to start next week?
Sounds like a plan.
That's the plan. Okay, so Kent,
Yeah.
next week you have to be here early.
Hey, David, I'm still here. I haven't even chimed in yet, so I'm here.
Okay, well, all right, then Patrick, here's the question though. Did you get a haircut this week?
I always have to do a haircut every week.
No, I just brought that up because all the other guys from New York are like so clean today. Patrick, here's the deal. Please share what you're smoking, and then next week you get to go first, but you have to be here early. Yeah? So take it away, brother.
You're on mute.
I'm smoking the limited edition McLaren Latakia roll tape in a 7 alligator, which is painted green.
Awesome. I just want to make a couple of shares from our group on YouTube over there because I don't want them to feel like they're being left out. So there's a few people over there smoking some Scottish flake and actually, Alvin, one of the questions, was it Alvin who was who was smoking the Scottish?
That wasn't me, sir. No.
Yes. So the question was, have you tried the ribbon and compared them? Is there a difference between the flake and the ribbon in taste?
I have not tried it.
All right, so that's an experiment open for submission at some point in time.
Is the Scottish ribbon the green tin from RMC?
Yes.
Yeah, so I think it is totally different. The Scottish ribbon goes nearer to an English type of blend, except that it has much more Virginia, much more sweetness. To me, with the cake, it's totally different.
Thank you, Amir. I think we probably could get more discussion on that. That may be something we talk about next week. Who knows? Well, thank you all, you guys. I always feel it's really interesting to listen to what everybody's smoking, because just like right here with the Scottish Ribbon and Scottish Flake, I always learn something, and then it makes me want to go out and try them. So I love this part. And Oliver, what a superb idea about the virtual pipe. I used to live in Samoa a long time ago, and the Samoans have a tradition called the talking stick. And when they all come sit around the fire and the chiefs meet, in order to keep it from going into chaos with everybody speaking at once, they pass around the talking stick so that the chief who has the stick gets to talk. And so that's a lovely, lovely tradition. Brilliant, as usual, Oliver.
Thank you.
So our guest has finally arrived. I claim responsibility for his delay because apparently I sent him the wrong link or something. But for those of you who didn't know who we have today, I'm very pleased to introduce Steve Fallon, who is the creator, owner, runner, whatever, of pipestud.com. That I've visited many times to check out what he's got in consignment tobaccos and pipes as well. And in addition to that, he's been around the block a couple of times, apparently, and may have a couple of stories to share with us. So it's my great pleasure to introduce Steve Fallon. And Steve, all you got to do is start talking, and you'll take over the world here. And
well, you've got the world on here, David. This is the first Zoom meeting I've ever been on that had 2 pages.
Hello, Steve.
Hey, guys. I got a fellow Texan in the group, so I guess I'm not quite as nervous. But great seeing all of you. And David, you actually, you probably don't know this, but you look exactly like one of our great country singers down here in Texas by the name of Lyle Lovett.
I'm sorry. I know Lyle Lovett, and I've actually seen him in concert. And I've never ever been compared to Lyle Lovett before. So the only person I've ever been compared to is Wayne Gretzky, and I think Lyle Lovett's a step up from that. So thank you.
Sure. Yeah, when I was younger, I was compared a lot to Robert Redford, but that has stopped.
You weren't married to Julia Roberts, were you, David?
That's right. I forgot about that. He was. Well, first of all, the name Pipe Stud, that's one that has always been a question. So I'll answer that one first and just get it out of the way. Back in 2020, when I was the director of the Texas Sports Hall of Fame, my curator asked me, he knew I smoked a pipe. I'd sneak out on the back patio and smoke it a couple of times a day. And he said, "Have you ever bought a pipe off of eBay?" And I said, "eBay, what's that?" And he showed me what it was. And all of a sudden I was seeing all of these pipes that I'd only heard about, never seen. So I quickly got on eBay and went broke buying everything I could. And then finally, a couple of friends of mine in my pipe club asked me to, when we talked about eBay, said, "Can you sell some pipes for us?" So I thought, well, I'll give that a shot. So I learned how to sell. And I figured out what my name would be. And I went in the house and my wife was reading a book sitting on the couch. I said, "Honey, I'm going to start selling some pipes on eBay and make us a little extra money." And she said, "Well, that'll sure be a change." And I said, "Yeah. Well, anyway, I'm going to call myself Pipe Stud." And she looked up at me and she smiled and she said, "Well, honey, maybe finally you'll now be a stud at something." So that's how I got the name. It's kind of stuck with me. So, my friends tease me, and I hope they're teasing, but they call me Pipe Dud. So if you want to call me Pipe Dud, that's okay too. I can handle it. But it's great being here. Apologize for being late, but glad we got squared away and I got to see all of you. I was looking through the names, and this is an international group. David told me it'd be international, and I said, "Well, I'm in Texas. I speak Texan. Can they understand me?" And he said, "Probably not. I'm having a hard time doing that myself." But I hope that you all can understand me. I only know one language, and it's almost good English, and it kind of ends there. But yeah, the world of pipes and tobaccos has been mine since I was a late teenager, and like a lot of you, got into it. I didn't want to be thought of as a nerd, though, so I'd get in my car and sneak 200 miles away to a big pipe shop in Houston, Texas, and I'd just hang around the shop smoking my pipe. And I wasn't back then. The age was 18. They've changed it to 21, but I was barely under the wire. So I've kind of been at it ever since. And finally, at age of 63. I thought I had my businesses going good enough to where I could retire from working at the Texas Sports Hall of Fame and sell pipes and tobaccos. And so I've been doing that. And, at a nonprofit organization, you have 25 board members and they're all your boss. Now I'm down to just one, my wife. So I'm pretty much happy. And again, it's great being here with all of you. I hope some of you have been customers before. If not, that's okay. I'll still talk to you. And,
I have a pipe stud. I got that nice, I think it's a Pioneer. I'm not sure, Calabash off your auction.
And it's still smoking well for you.
It's smoking great.
Oh, good. Well, the pipe thing is so different from the tobacco thing right now because, especially with the pandemic and a lot of the major companies closing, tobacco companies, there's been a big rush on tobaccos, especially Virginias, but the pipe market has gotten pretty soft. Have you guys noticed that? Prices are a lot lower than they had been.
I was just thinking about that this last week here, looking at some of the websites where they sell retail, and then also over there on eBay, they've bottomed out. Mm-hmm. So now's a good time to go to eBay. I'm sorry, Pipe Stud. I meant go to Pipe Stud.
No, I've got my site on eBay too. So the prices are really good right now on a lot of things. There's still some, but I remember back when I first got on eBay around 2001, I guess it was, when I really started buying, 2002, times like that, and selling at that time too. Just a normal, everyday looking Costello C-Rock would go for $250, and it'd be about the same for a decent Group 4 Dunhill shell. And now you can get both in the $125, $150 price range, and that's high. So things have definitely changed. Many of you know smokingpipes.com. Well, they're struggling right now to get estate pipes that people want to turn in to turn over and buy other pipes, because that's the way smokingpipes.com does it. And the market for the Danish pipes, which used to be huge, has really bottomed out for them too. So it's a buyer's market for sure, no question about it.
Steve, I want to maybe go back a step to, you were talking about when you first started and sneaking your way over to Houston to buy pipes. So what was your starter pipe, and what kind of tobaccos were you smoking back then?
Well, the very first pipe, David, that I ever bought, I've had three careers. My first career was actually sports broadcasting. And so I was working part-time as a weekend sportscaster at a television station. And the news director smoked a pipe, and it smelled wonderful. And so I thought, I'd like to do that, smoke something that smelled good. And he looked like he was having so much fun with it, and he was constantly smoking. His name was Bill Hearn. And so he took me to a pipe shop in Waco, Texas, where the television station was and where we worked. And the first pipe I ever bought was a Stanwell. It was one of those bent Danish-looking things.
Right.
And it was not a big pipe, but and I wanted to smoke the same tobacco he was smoking because it smelled so good, and it was Captain Black. So so we got a couple of pouches of Captain Black, and the owner of the store says that he makes a special blend called peach brandy. And I said, "Ooh, that sounds good too." So I got some of that peach brandy, and I went back to the station, and that was back in the days when you could smoke your pipe anywhere. And boy, I loaded that pipe up with this peach brandy stuff. And by the way, if you had it in your hand and squeezed, you could wring it. Water would come out. It was wet. But anyway, I smoked it all day and all that evening. And everybody was telling me how good it smelled. And I went home, went to bed, and I woke up the next morning and had to go see the doctor about putting my tongue in a sling. It was burnt to a crisp. And so that was my start, David, and it wasn't too good. But I have a saying, and that is that pipe smokers aren't made, they're born. You either are born to be able to smoke a pipe or for some reason God didn't bless you and you aren't. But that's the way I look at it. And I was determined to become a pipe smoker. So through a long process, I learned how to smoke without burning up my tongue.
I was going to ask you, that was going to be my next question. It's like, did that put you off of it for a time, or did you just persevere?
Well, David, I needed a few days rest after that first lick with the pipe. It was kind of terrorizing to me, but I was determined to do it. And of course, Bill, he said, "I've never smoked that peach brandy before." And for those of you who've ever smoked Captain Black, it doesn't taste a whole lot like real tobacco to me, but it burns really cool. I mean, it's not a bite tobacco or anything like that. So I worked with that one and figured it out. And then one day I had moved to Austin to take a job as the sports director of a TV station there. And Al, you I don't know, did you grow up in Austin?
I did, and I listened to you, Steve.
Okay, well, do you remember there was a pipe shop on Guadalupe? I don't remember the name of it, but I went in there and I bought a Tonino Giacono billiard, and he gave me some Rattray's tobacco called Red Rapparee.
That's what I'm smoking.
That's what you're smoking right now?
That's what I'm smoking.
Well, that did it. When I had a quality pipe in my mouth and quality tobacco, it was like somebody had opened the door to a new world. And so, David, that's kind of how that developed. Once that happened, it was Katie bar the door.
Well, and just a second here, I'm going to open it up to some questions from the group and from our folks over there on YouTube and Facebook. So I'm giving you that fair warning so that if you've got some questions, go ahead and type it into the chat there. And I promise to do as good a job as I can passing those questions on to Steve. But before we get there, I wanted to ask a little off topic. You said you had 3 careers, and tell us about the other 2.
Well, the first career, my father, pardon me, was a lifetime sports broadcaster, and he was for 42 years the voice of the Baylor Bears in Waco. And for those of you who may not know, for the first time in history, the Baylor men's basketball team just won the national championship. My father's been deceased for about 14 years, but I'll bet you he was up in heaven calling the game just out of the excitement of it. But he did it for 42 years, and so I followed in his footsteps. And after the Army, by the way, when I was drafted in the Army, I worked 2 years as a sportscaster for the American Forces Network in Frankfurt, Germany. And that kind of got me really excited about sports broadcasting. So when I came back, I became a sports broadcaster and did that for 25 years, doing broadcast. I worked out of Austin with the television sports and the radio too for many years. And after 25 years of sportscasting, I took the job. My father had gotten Parkinson's disease. And so, and he lived in Waco. So I moved back to Waco because back then they didn't have what they have now to help you survive Parkinson's. And he was given a diagnosis of maybe 8 years to live, which is about what he lived after the diagnosis. So I moved back to Waco, pardon me, to be with him and the family, and took a job as the sports as the actually it was CEO, but we called ourselves directors of the Texas Sports Hall of Fame, which is a sports museum for the state of Texas. And it was right up my alley. So I spent 17 years doing that while I was doing the pipe stud thing part-time. And then, like I said, when I was 63, I decided to do the pipe stud thing full-time. So sportscaster, museum director, and pipe and tobacco salesman. And the job I have right now beats the other ones hands down.
There's a lot of amazing athletes that have come out of Texas, that's for sure.
Oh, yeah, yeah. I wasn't one of them, so that's why I talked about it. Just love sports.
Steve, do you remember the TV show Friday Night Lights?
Oh, yeah, sure.
That was, a show about high school football in Texas. Amazing show, one of my favorites.
Oh, yeah. And in fact, I loved broadcasting high school football. It was always fun because these young people who are, in my opinion, those that get involved in participatory sports, especially team sports, they know how to work and play well with others. And they learn discipline and all kinds of things. In the brotherhood of watching them participate as a team with each other and all that. I think that they have an advantage, I really do, because there are a lot of people who get into professional careers who've never worked with a team before. And all of a sudden, they're just one person in a group and have to learn how to play with the team and how best to make the entire team, no matter what you do in your profession, click better, work better. So that's one of the reasons why I just loved broadcasting high school sports, was watching the fruition for these young people of all their hard work.
So Steve, 2 years in Frankfurt, Germany. What about your German?
Mein Deutsch ist nicht sehr gut, aber ich kann verstehen Sie Deutsch, aber ich sprechen Sie Deutsch.
Pretty good, pretty good.
Very nice. I'm from Germany too, so.
You've made some instant friends there, Steve. So I am going to just open it up to
languages.
I'm going to open it up to questions, and the way that we do this on the group, for those of you who might be new, is just go ahead and belt it out. I'm not going to try to call on people or anything silly like that. But I do. There is one question that came over from YouTube. I just want to start it off. Steve, did you know anybody from the Cincinnati Reds, Harry Carey or Marty Brennaman?
No, never got to meet either one of those gentlemen. In fact, most of my broadcasting was with the National Football League and the old Southwest Conference. So I really didn't. I never was involved in professional baseball. Did college and high school baseball games, but never professionally. So I didn't get to meet those broadcasters, but it was mostly the football and basketball people.
So, gentlemen,
when
just
it
go
comes
ahead.
to languages, as long as you enjoy the pipe, we'll understand you. Doesn't matter what language you speak or what language all of us speak.
Thank you, Dimitri.
Just a comment about Steve's comment about the pipe market. You say on eBay for the past few years, it's been a bit soft. And I concur with that. I can see that. But in terms of demand, I find that it's been increasing, quite frankly, even though with the pandemic. Actually, when there is a pandemic, people don't know what to do at home. So most of these guys who are smoking vapes and cigarettes, they wanted to do something with the time. And I can honestly say every week I have like 2 new people who wanted to learn pipes. So I think the price might be soft, but the demand is increasing.
You know, Amir, I like hearing you say that because I have also noticed, especially prior to the pandemic when we had pipe shows, all of these younger people were really wanting to find something different out of the norm. And they were coming to the pipe shows. And then once the pandemic started, because they are so tech savvy, like me getting on to a Zoom meeting is a real struggle. but they could practically whip up their own Zooms and start something. And so they order online a lot. And also what I really appreciate is they have so many questions. They don't, like in the old days, all we did was get the pipe and smoke it. Now they want to, and learn the hard way how to do so, but they have tons of questions. They have interest. And of course, if our hobby is to continue, these young people are the ones, aren't they, Amir, that we got to count on later?
Definitely.
So nurturing younger pipe smokers is a lot of fun for two reasons. Number one, I find it wonderful that they want to learn. And number two, no matter what I tell them, whether it's right or wrong, they listen. They don't just come right back and say, no, here's how you do it. They want to know how to do it. They ask all the questions. So, yeah.
I was going to say, Steve, at the current rate of all the laws in the United States and internationally, how they're kind of going after tobacco, pretty soon you won't be able to buy tobacco at a brick and mortar and have to go to a dispensary.
Well, Tim, I got to tell you, that's one of the things that really concerns me greatly. For example, in my position, I was, and those of you who have been on my website or follow my newsletter or anything know what happened. A couple of years ago, I got a call from and I worked, I guess I better predicate this. I worked from my shop back behind my house. And one day I did a blog showing pictures of where I was working and, the shop itself and the family guard dog and, all that stuff. Well, someone who knew better than I reported me to the Texas Comptroller's Commission and said, this guy is selling tobacco out of his home, which I did not know. But in 2007, here in the state of Texas, I don't know what it has been like in other states, but starting in 2007, tobacco could not be sold from anywhere other than a commercial building. And so a criminal investigator with the Texas Comptroller's Commission called me and asked me if that's true. Are you really? I said, well, sure, I've been doing it since 2001. Said, you can't do that. You're breaking the law. That's Class C misdemeanor, punishable by up to a year in prison and $20,000 fine. And I said, that sounds really severe. And so I'm going to stop selling right now, but I wish you'd tell me how I can start selling again. And I quickly also told him that that my son is a narcotics detective in the city of Cedar Park, which is just outside of Austin. And I highly respect the police and I highly respect the law. And I'm 68 years old and I don't want to go to jail and be anybody's girlfriend. So tell me what to do. And they were very kind and led me through the process. They didn't fine me. They didn't put me in jail. But I did have to get a commercial location, which, by the way, has been a huge step up and has helped me tremendously. But at the time, I just didn't see it. I'm not a visionary. You got to force me to have vision. And boy, did that phone call force me to have vision. But I finally got approval. They sent down an investigator to look at the shop, to look at the operation, to look at the books, to do everything. And then they gave me the go-ahead. And so I'm able to do that. But in addition, I have a couple of different licenses now that I didn't have before. And you have to fill out forms every month. And they're complicated, too. Even, for many of you, it wouldn't be. But for an old Texas boy, they are. I had to hire a bookkeeper to take care of it for me so I wouldn't mess things up. And every year it seems like there's another battle. Somebody's coming at you, wanting to end the sale of tobacco of any kind. There's several pipe makers. Some of you know Jeff Graychick of J. Allen Pipes. He even had the federal government, the tobacco, alcohol, and firearms people come out and see his shop to see what he was doing with pipes, because there was, some of you know, in the USA, that there was talk about banning the sale of tobacco products of any kind, including pipes. And so they were it wasn't just Jeff Graychick of J. Allen Pipes, but several other American pipe makers were visited by these people. So all that's kind of stuff, all that's scary.
Same thing with what you said this morning in your newsletter about that, the bill they're trying to pass in Illinois, where they're trying to bump up the tax for 500 to 1,000% on tobacco.
Yeah, Michael, that's actually, it's the senator in Illinois, but that is for the entire country. And what he's trying to do is piggyback it on a bill that has nothing to do with tobacco, but it's mortality rates for pregnant women. And he piggybacked all of that, saying that, that's one of the reasons why there are problems with mortality for pregnant women of their unborn babies is because of the tobacco. And so they knew they couldn't ban it, but they, just like what you said, wanted an unbelievable increase in the taxes on all tobacco products in the United States, which would virtually kill everybody, from the grower to the producer, to the canners, to the sellers. But this guy tried it 3 years ago. And the good thing, Michael, is it didn't even come close to passing. But still, you got to fight it every time it comes up.
It's just a shame that they group, I don't know about you, but I haven't seen any pregnant women smoking pipes. And it's a shame that they have to lump pipe smoking and cigar smoking into the, cigarette tobacco, because it's so different, but they try to just lump it all together into one, and it's not fair.
Sure. Yeah. But they know what's best for us.
Yes. Well, Senator Durbin, our good senator from Illinois, what I like about the great state of Illinois that I live in, we've yet to meet a tax that we didn't like.
And that's the thing about, being the government always tries to be creative about increasing its tax base, and these are low-hanging fruit, things that are naughty. And so there's a better word for this that I'm trying to think of that's escaped my mind, but it's like this is something that they assume that we won't want to give up, right? It's our vices. It's a vice tax. Right. And so they figure, nobody's going to want to give up smoking. Nobody's going to want to give up. And then pipes and cigars, just like Mike was saying, get lumped into there. But it's like, well, how can we make taxes that won't go away? I know, we'll tax people's vices. It's not about the tobacco. It's about the vice itself.
If they did the same thing with alcohol, you think people are going to stop buying alcohol? Right. I mean, they could tax bourbon, whatever they wanted to, and people are going to pay it because they have no other option. It's really criminal is what it is.
That's probably has more popularity.
Yeah.
Mortality of pregnant women, than tobacco does. So,
well, yeah, but that was, and Bud, that was the way Durbin played it was that sure looked good because we're talking about unborn children and mothers. And why don't I throw this tobacco thing in there right with that? Because, that's showing something really good versus something really evil. So anyway, his first name is very appropriate. Well, I better not say that. But anyway,
I think they tried to do that before, where it was like they tried to, in a transportation bill, they tried to sneak in something related to tobacco. They always try to throw it into these bills that have nothing to do with what they're, with what they're trying to tax.
Look, I can jump in here for a second, give you a perspective from one of the highest taxed tobacco countries in the world, Australia. I've mentioned before, $100 US buys a tin of tobacco. Now, I've got $1,000 cellar if I've got 10 tins of tobacco, and it's very, very difficult. And Tim was talking about dispensary. We actually have a recommendation that tobacco products need to be dispensed through a pharmacy. They can't be sold through brick and mortar. Now, fortunately, that looks like it's been killed off, but that was December last year. This extensive anti-tobacco paper was put up to our government. So it's a whole new world out there.
That's
yeah.
wild.
I can also contribute coming from Canada with regards to the taxes. You know, we're neighbors, so everything that's going on in the States, it basically trickled into Canada. So I don't know if you guys know, back in the mid-90s, I don't know if you heard the seven dwarfs of tobacco company. So they basically testified in U.S. Congress. And the very first question they asked them, is nicotine addictive? And they basically said, no, it's not. They didn't realize that there's a guy by the name of Jeffrey Wigand. Jeffrey Wigand is basically a whistleblower from one of the tobacco company, and he is the source of Mike Wallace from 60 Minutes. So basically, when 60 Minutes tried to broadcast it, the seven dwarfs basically told them, we will sue you, and your CBS no more. So what happened in the States during the mid-90s, it trickles down to Canada. I'll just give you an example. You know, when you eat with your eyes. You like to see what it is. In Canada, because of what happened in the States in mid-90s, I just want to show you a simple example on this. If you look at our tobacco in Canada, it's all gray. There's no such thing as amphora, you know, those nice packaging. All of us here are actually dealing with this. So the taxes in Canada, and I'm hoping that it will work in the States. In Canada right now, I mean, one tin of tobacco. To give you an example, I've got an amphora blind. I do not understand that you guys can buy it less than $8 US. In Canada, an amphora with the same every single tobacco on the gray label like this. Amphora in here is about $48.95 in Canada. So just try to imagine that. So everything that's going on, that's why I love everything Americans. I have to be honest with you. And if you can, I'm begging you, please invade us. But the taxes that we pay here in tobacco, $7 USD in Canada is about what? Maybe $11 Canadian. So everything that we get from the States, I always put it on my post on our website. It's like discovering plutonium by accident. Every time I open a box from that tobacconist that I bought my my tobacco, it happened to Canada because in the mid-90s when the seven dwarfs, basically, you can Google them. I'll even link the testimony of the seven dwarfs. And that when that happened in the mid-90s, it trickled down to Canada. You cannot, as soon as you actually ship me more than 200 grams of tobacco, there is a possibility that they'll confiscate in custom. Just like what Steve Peretti from LJ Peretti, a lot of Canadians, they spin the wheel. Because for us, it's like spinning the wheel. We're hoping that we're going to get it, but I'm just want to contribute that based on what happened in the States in the mid-90s, and it trickles down to Canada.
I just want to make the comment for our government overlords who are watching at this current time that this is all for educational purposes only.
Exactly.
There's no actual politics that goes on in the Virtual Pipe Club. This is completely theoretical.
Just as a heads up, we did try to invade Canada twice. You know that, right?
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, we failed both
President
times.
Peterson tried to do it in 1812 and failed miserably.
Yeah. I mean, I admire, especially when you guys talk about cellaring tobacco. I mean, it's fascinating to me when everybody talks about cellaring tobacco. For us, there's no such thing as cellaring. You basically buy the tobacco, hopefully you get it from the States, smoke, and then you buy again. I mean, I spin the wheel. I mean, the shipping sometimes, the shipping charge to order tobacco online to Canada, the shipping is more expensive than tobacco. It's fascinating. But I love you guys. I like everything in the States, that every time I go there and every time I order tobacco, if you go, I live basically 2 hours from Seattle. You have to take the ferry to go to Seattle. I mean, you're only allowed 3 tins. If you basically have 5 tins, you have to dump the other 2 because they're not going to allow it in. But I like what I said. I mean, I like everything that you got, and the amount of blends that you have is just unbelievable.
Steve, I want to gauge.
Happening is
hold on, Ramachandran. I want to. I'm going to come back to you in a second, Ramachandran. But Steve, the next question I'm going to ask you, so that you're prepared, is fast forwarding to from the time that you smoked a really good tobacco and a really good pipe to starting to get involved in the whole pipe world. Going to shows, going to meeting other people, and like how deep is your involvement and that whole story, and so that's my next question. But I want to go back to Ramachandran because he started to ask something.
Yeah, I wanted to make a comment. Unfortunately, this tobacco and liquor, they become the favorite punching bags for the politicians as well as for the anti-tobacco groups. And the only way to counter that is to educate people. It's not all that bad as it's being made out to be. I mean, especially this stuff about the passive smoking and the effects of passive smoking. That's, I think we need to counter it with some kind of statistics that much of it's all humbug. Because, it's an adult. He doesn't, everybody who smokes doesn't die. So I think we need to go in for some kind of a lobbying, specialized lobbyist who can take it up and educate people and who can start a movement. I mean, some kind of, that kind of a thing is happening in India. And any legislation which the government wants to bring in, first of all, it has to be advertised. And objections, if any public can give the objections, and those objections have to be sorted out, then only it becomes a law. I think something on those lines needs to be taken up in US as well. Thank you.
I was at the New York Pipe Show a number of years ago, and right next to my table was Liberty Mutual Insurance selling life insurance policies to pipe smokers because their statisticians probably found out that we don't die any sooner, and maybe, who knows, maybe even live a little bit longer. I know there's a 1964 study, by the Surgeon General, actually found something like that. I know it's an old study, but that was actually found.
Well, that was smart, Tim, of Liberty Mutual. That's if you're going to sell special insurance, go to a pipe show. If you're going to sell
right next to me. They I don't think either of the guys smoked pipes, but they seemed to be having a good time. Had plenty of people coming to their table, looking at their products.
That's good marketing.
Actually, there were a few studies, and so far statistics show, on average, cigarette smokers live less than non-smokers. Cigar smokers, on average, live about the same as non-smokers. Pipe smokers, on average, live a little longer than non-smokers.
About 3 years.
Well, I think, there's, I forget when that first report came out, Dimitri, but there are those who say, and I believe it, that they let the Surgeon General of the United States know that there better never, ever again be reports coming out showing statistics saying that smoking of any kind allows you to live longer than non-smokers. And from that point on, it's never been brought up as saying that they found...
That's right. They just consider it politically incorrect, and so they just don't talk about it.
Yeah.
Also, a few years ago, there was another study with Navy SEALs, and they determined that people under like a lot of stress and very stressful, harmful situation, those who smoke cigars actually in better health than non-smokers.
Well, I think there's a good reason for that too. If you're smoking a pipe or if you're smoking a cigar, you can't talk as much. You have to listen more. And if people would just listen more, I think we'd all be a little better off. That's the way I look at it. When my wife tells me she loves it when I'm smoking, she can talk all she wants.
Hi, Steve. I got a question to you. Have you thought about writing a book?
No.
The only reason why I'm asking, if you write a book and you put it in audio file, I will buy your book. I just will love listening to you, sir.
Well,
I just want to let you know.
That's very kind of you. There are a couple of reasons why. I know a few friends who write and have written books and things like that. That's hard work, and I really try to avoid that. So that's why you'll probably never see a pipe stud book.
Okay.
We're just going to get you on the show more often and just record your stories, and then we'll turn it back over to you, and you'll have them all transcribed.
Well, that's a heck of a deal. Unfortunately, David, you'd lose your audience. But hey, for money, I'll give it a try. Sure.
Well, let me go back to the question I was going to ask you. And so immediately when you arrived in the club, people in our community out there on YouTube and whatnot were like, the man, the myth. So you're well known and well loved, but that takes participation in the community. So tell us about like when you started to be more active in the wider world of pipe smoking besides just smoking on your own.
Well, I think actually just kind of like this Zoom meeting, when I started going to pipe shows and found all of a sudden here, all of these people, males, females, old, young, but they all loved the same thing I did. And these are people that, would pump gas for a living, sold bottled water for a living, did brain surgery for a living. I mean, the spectrum went from one end to the other. And they all loved each other, talked to each other, had fun with each other, and enjoyed the hobby of pipes and tobaccos. And I found it fascinating. And so I started going to every pipe show I could, get away from work so that I could go to just to be around them. And then all of a sudden I had all these, think about you guys, all of the friends that you have now that you never would have had if you weren't a pipe smoker. And not only that, but like-minded. I've got some friends that, they're friends. I like them a lot, but, every time I light up a pipe, they go, kind of like that. So being around people like that, I like being around people that are like me. Not because I think I like myself so much, but the fact is I don't argue with them. I just have fun with them. And so that was really great. And then as the pandemic has hit, it was remarkable to me just to observe. In fact, I did a blog about it one time. All of a sudden, I'm on 2 or 3 Zoom meetings a week with groups like this who meet regularly, who are involved in one pipe club or another, or one part of the country or another. But they're people, some of them I do know, others I've met just through the Zoom meetings. But we all have a good time with each other because we're talking about the things that we share a love of, which is pipes and tobaccos. And it just kind of has made me realize that, the people that are trying to get rid of what we do, I don't think they're bad people. I just think they're so ignorant. And if they ever went to a pipe show and just observed how everybody treats everybody else and all the things we do, they'd have a different perspective totally. So, David, that's kind of a long answer, but that's kind of the way I feel about the community. When I'm selling pipes and selling tobaccos, occasionally in fact, I'll write, there's some great stories about people who write the most outrageous questions to me, but, and they're fun to talk about. I tell this one a lot, but as an example, there's this one guy who, over a period of years, I had sold a lot of pipes for, and he wanted me to, he asked me if I'd sell this large pre-trans EXEL sized Barlings for him. And I said, sure. So the guy sent me the pipe. I opened the box, and the pipe was wrapped up in a an adult men's diaper. Fortunately, it wasn't an estate diaper, but it was an adult Depends diaper. And in the bottom of the box, he said, "Steve, after you sell this pipe, would you please send the diaper and the box back to me?"
Well,
I didn't have any questions. I just said, okay. And that's what I did.
You don't want to ask that question because you don't want to get the answer.
That's exactly why I didn't ask that question.
Quick question, Steve. So I'm wondering how many wills you're in, how many people's wills that you're in. That I know I told my wife, if anything ever happens to me, contact Pipe Stud, and here's all my pipes, all my tobaccos, and everything. I'm sure there's a bunch of people that are in the same position.
Well, first of all, Michael, I think you're in trouble because I can see you, and your chances of outlasting me are pretty good. But I will say, over the years, it's sad in a way, but over the years, like right now, I'm selling for two ladies whose husbands have passed that were customers of mine, and over the years, that has happened frequently. People get old, people die, and they do that. The downside sometimes is the fact that they'll have this whole list of stuff that I really can't sell. But a lot of times it's stuff that I can and do. That has been, people do tell me that. I don't know how realistic they are until it happens. But at my age now, all I got to say is they better be pretty darn old because I don't know if I'm going to outlast them or they're going to outlast me.
Well, Steve, customer service announcement here. One of the things I've been telling people in the Chicago Club for years is to create a comprehensive inventory of what you've got and, reach out to people who do the selling, just because I've dealt with a lot of families who are left over with a huge collection. And in a time, it's a very emotional time when someone passes. That's a pretty big burden if you have a huge collection. And a lot of families get overwhelmed. It's a sad fact, but I've dealt with many families who didn't, who got conned out of lots of money.
That's what I was saying. Like, they don't realize what they have, I mean, and it's something that could be a real asset to people, to their families, the people that they leave behind, to have somebody who's honest, who's willing to give them, what's fair for what, their wives probably have no idea.
Well, Michael, that brings up another great story. This happened years ago. Another customer of mine had died, and his wife called me on the phone and said that he had asked her to send his pipes to me to sell, and would I do it, and how does it all work? She doesn't know anything about pipes. And so I told her, and she sent them to me, and they were, now we're talking about 2008 or 9, somewhere in there. She sent me 17 unsmoked Dunhill pipes, all from the patent era. They were beautiful pipes. But anyway, long story short is her take was a little over $11,000. So I get a phone call about a week later. Her husband's name was Robert. And a couple of weeks later, when she got her check, she calls me on the phone and she says, "Steve, is this true, or is there some mistake here? This check is for over $11,000 for Robert's pipes." She says, "Are you sure you got all that right?" And I said, "Oh yeah, he had a marvelous collection. Those were highly sought after pipes. They're unbelievable. And thank you for the business." And she goes, "My gosh, if I'd have known Robert was buying pipes that expensive, I'd kill him all over again." I said, "Well, wait, they weren't that expensive when he bought them. That's just the upgrade in value." But yeah, she didn't know what her husband had. She didn't know anything about smoking pipes other than they were pipes. And she sent them to me to sell, and then found out they were worth a lot of money. So I think she was crying, but it was with joy.
Yeah, it's unbelievable.
Steve, are you planning on going to any shows this year if things open up?
Oh, yes, sir, David. I sure am. As soon as I get to one, we every time it looks like we're going to have one, they shut it down. But like the Chicago show, for example, as most of you know, just couldn't get it for a variety of reasons. Just couldn't get it done this year, so they just canceled. The NASPC show, which is probably the second largest show in the USA, is still set, but it's iffy. They just don't know if they'll be able to do it. It's looking right now like in November, the Las Vegas show or the West Coast Pipe Show in Las Vegas would probably be the next big one. The Texas Pipe Show people say they're going to have theirs. I think that's right, Alvin. And if they can, that's great. But it's a small show.
It hadn't been confirmed yet, though.
Yeah, hadn't been confirmed yet.
No.
But, the good news is we're going to get over this. Bad news is it's taken a while and people are getting restless. I know I am. But once it's over and done with, we'll be okay. Just got to get it done.
I'm definitely, and I know a bunch of the guys here in the Pipe Club are going to take advantage of the first opportunity they can get to. So let's make a date to sit and have a drink together.
That'd be awesome.
Yeah.
Just got my first shot about 2 hours ago.
Well, so far it looks like Richmond and Las Vegas are going to happen this year.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. It seems like Columbus is going to be the next one in August.
Yeah, David, that's the next one on the list, and they have not canceled yet, so we'll just see. I can understand not want. I've had both of my vaccine shots. I'm not afraid to go, but I do know that there are, in particular, there are people that are on the bubble that either don't want to get shots or will have not gotten them, and to ask them to go through airports, get on airplanes, travel, go to a big show, be around people, try to social distance, that kind of thing. I get that why you don't go. But like I say, there will be a time where we don't have to worry about all that anymore. And I'm hoping it's sooner than later.
Yeah, in Chicago, we had to call the show just because the governor extended his safety protocols pretty much all the way through the end of summer. So, I mean, I can't imagine having the Chicago show with only having like 100 people allowed in the room at a time.
Yeah, and that's such an international show too. You're eliminating a lot of your international market that helps finance the show. The pipe makers who go to that show have all been hurting because they're unable to, the big international sellers as well as those in the USA. And you're asking for a financial commitment from all these people who are traveling that hope normally to make some good money off of the Chicago Pipe Show, who won't be able to do so because of a smaller attendance.
Steve, what's your favorite show?
Oh gosh, I really love them all for different reasons. Chicago show's fantastic. I take my wife to the West Coast Pipe Show in Las Vegas because she demands that I take her to one of the to one of the shows while we're there, and it's fun having her with me. So that's always a really fun one. And even the smaller shows, Texas Pipe Show's a blast. I love going to the Kansas City Pipe Show. They're so friendly, and those Kansas City steaks are just unbelievable. So I really don't know that Dave, that's a hard question, the hardest question you've asked. I really don't know if I have a favorite show. I guess in Vegas, because my wife would be with me, that would be it.
That's a very good answer because we want to keep the wife happy, but Mike, I cut you off. Go ahead, brother.
I was just saying, whatever show he's at is the best show. Is his most favorite show.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Steve, I'm looking at the clock here, and there are a couple of questions I'd like to ask you before we start shooing people out the door. And by the way, that's not for a while yet, so don't go leaving.
I'd like to say something to that, by the way. Oliver is our favorite parent because he let us stay up late last week. So I'm just going to throw that out there. There might be a power struggle at the top.
And we didn't have to wash our hands and anything like that.
I have no trouble with. I'm like the dad. Go to bed.
Oliver's the cool parent.
Oliver's the cool parent. Yeah. Listen, I have 2 teenagers at home. I've never been the cool parent. So.
Oh, now, David, I'd love to call you daddy.
I'm the bad cop. I have 4 kids. I'm the bad cop too. So I get it.
You know what I mean. Steve, now I forgot what I was going to ask. Oh, about Pipestud, pipestud.com. Remember that, guys? He has a website called pipestud.com. Have you seen any trends? Like, does the website go through different trends where a certain style of pipe is more popular? Or I'm very curious about the tobaccos. Like, you get demand for a certain blend or a certain manufacturer. Trend.
Yeah, David. It's really a tobacco website. The pipes that are up there are. I don't put a whole lot of them up there, but I put some because I just want to have some to offer, just like different tobaccos. But yes, that was a great question because it has changed quite a bit. When I first started the site, and for the first several years, a lot of Kia blends were the big thing. And then once McClellan's closed up shop. In late 2017, early 2018. At that point, everybody went nuts over Virginias, and still are. That's what everybody seems to want, along with Syrian Latakia. Now, I don't know about the rest of you. I've smoked Cyprian Latakia. I've smoked Syrian Latakia. There is a little bit of a difference, but the price difference, because there is no more Syrian Latakia, is amazing. And what people will pay for Syrian leaf. But other than that, the biggest change I've seen, and it is a big change, is the swaying from Latakia blends to Virginia blends. And of course, everybody likes the old stuff that you can't get anymore. So it doesn't matter what it is, whether it's Balkan Sobrani or Capstan, Escudo made by Copes. The old Dunhill blends made first by Dunhill London and then Murray's era. People still go nuts over those because they can't get them anymore. I think Greg Pease is a great blender. I think he has great tobaccos, but I turn down a lot of Pease offerings just simply because even the 10-year-old ones. And that's because they're still in production. And why is anybody going to pay $40 or $45 for a 10-year-old tin of Cairo when they can get a new tin of Cairo for $12 and just, let it age themselves. So you have to learn. There's a learning curve almost weekly as to what you have to do to maximize your time. And that is a problem I have is time. Because when you have 100 listings a week, which is all I allow myself, 100 listings, because that equates usually to about 250 tins, and that equates to about 85 shipments. And many of those are, I say many, probably about maybe 15, 20% are overseas, which requires extra time to get it prepared properly to ship. And that's almost 2 days worth of work. When you're working with consigners, you also have to make sure you do all the sales statements and credit all the right people with what has been sold and all of that. So time is real tough for me. So I limit myself to 100 tins a week. And I started this thing after I'd retired thinking, well, I just wanted to work hard enough to have fun, be happy. And now I'm having to hire a bookkeeper, to take care of one thing. And I tried to have my son help me with the packing and shipping, but he couldn't tell the difference between a 100-gram tin of Christmas cheer and a 50-gram tin of Frog Morton. So I said, this has got to stop. It's taking him longer to get him off the shelf than it is to pack them myself. So, but yeah,
I'll be happy to do that for you.
Yeah. Well, I've had many of my pipe friends volunteer to help, but that's like bringing the lion in with the lambs. I'm not going to let them do that. I'd lose more tins than ship. but I'm just kidding. But yeah, that's been a big change is going from the Latakia to the Virginia blends.
That's really interesting. Somebody on the YouTube group just threw out there, what about codger blends? Are you seeing any interest in those these days?
Well, yeah, it's interesting he asked that question. I put 3 of them up this week. One of them was was a 12-ounce tub of the old sugar barrel, and that went for $110, I think. So yeah, there's still some interest in the old codger blends, especially if they're somebody brought up amphora earlier. I have it sold too, a 12-ounce tin from the 80s of the old amphora, and it was in those beautiful tins that they made there in Holland, and it was it was over $100. So yeah, if I have them to sell, they'll go quickly. They sure will.
Cool. So the question that came to mind, other than the estate diaper, have you had anything that you opened the box for a consignment and got a surprise, like something that you never expected, or something that just jumps out at you like, oh, I'll remember that one forever?
Oh yeah, a younger guy. He was not a good packer, but he had packed up some tins from his father's estate and sent them to me, and there was a pair of panties in there, and I knew that he probably hadn't intended on doing that, and I never brought that up either. But that was probably the most surprising packing material I'd ever seen.
I some reference to bubble wrap is going through my head there, but I'm not going to try to string that out there. Let me open it up to some questions from the group here, and also over there on YouTube and Facebook. If you got some questions, just throw it out there, and I'm going to.
I got a question for you, Steve.
Fire.
I'm sure it's on your website, but what's your commission rate for vintage tobaccos and pipes?
Same for all of them. It's 35% commission. And I was at 30% for 16 years. And then a year ago, I went to 35%. And somebody said, well, why did you go from 30% to 35%? And I said, well, I'd been at 30% for 16 years and I'm my own boss. So I gave myself a raise.
Good answer.
I'm curious. I know you got to sell tobacco to make money, but you must have at least 1 or 2 tins that have come in where you figured I have to keep this for myself because it's too special. Anything comes to mind?
Oh, yes, Andrew. I wish you hadn't brought that up. Let me make sure my wife's not looking over here. Okay. Yes, sir. I have done that before. It's a terrible disease I have. But anyhow, if I see something that I go, well, I might as well add that to my cellar. And so I do. I try not to do that very often. In the early days, I did it way too often and found out that I wasn't a business, I was a hobby. So I had to cut that out.
Yeah, I just want to say that most of us at the New York Pipe Club were fortunate enough to smoke a Balkan Sabrani Virginia number 10 with a Cuban cigar leaf, which originally came from you, and that was incredible tobacco. I know that Lou and Patrick totally agree with me.
Well, here's the thing. I remember specifically that tin, and I did not want it to leave my shop, but at the price point where it was, I decided it would be better if it was in somebody else's hands. So I let it go. But yeah, I'm glad you liked it.
Got a question for you, Steve, from one of the guys over there on YouTube. It says, how do you judge what price to put on certain tobaccos?
That's a very good question because it's, my own point of reference is me. I can't, it's not like an end product or still being produced blend where you just go to different websites and look and see, well, what are they putting on there? I don't see any other websites that occasionally you'll see. I used to, but not anymore now that they've quit it. But used to, I'd go to eBay and kind of see what prices we're going for. And then when they banned tobacco selling on eBay 4 or 5 years ago, I had to stop that. So I have my own charts because frankly, I'll forget. 6 months ago I had this blend, but what did I charge for? I'd forget. So I started a file where my website, fortunately, it's got a system in it where I can do that, and I can see what the previous prices were and go from there. But I do get quite frequently in blends that I've never heard of, don't know anything about. A prime example today, I don't know if any of you have heard of the great old John Cotton's blend called Markovich, but it came in a flat 50-gram tin. It was very similar in taste to Balkan Sobranie 759, but I think with the Orientals in there, I thought it was smoother, but it was made by John Cotton's. Well, the guy sends it to me to sell, and I'm going, I've heard of this blend. I've heard Fred Hanna and some other people talk about how wonderful it is. I remember at a show in Kansas City, I smoked a bowl of it with Fred and some other people, and it was unbelievably good. But what do I price this at? And so I thought, what the heck? I'm going to shoot for the moon. This is so rare. So it's a 50-gram tin, so I put $425 on it, which is for a 50-gram tin. I can't remember ever putting that kind of a price on a 50-gram tin before. Maybe I have, I just don't remember. And put it on the website and thought, man, I'm going to look stupid if the thing sits here all day long. So I published right at 10 a.m. Central Time, and in the first 58 seconds, it was bought. So my second thought, Andrew, was, dang, why did I list it so cheap? So, there you go. It's a crapshoot and it's a gamble, and I'm not, I'm no smarter than the rest of you when it comes to figuring out prices. I just have to go with something, and so I go with whatever my gut feel is, and I hope I'm consistent with that price, and stick with it. And here's 3 things I try to do. I try to be fair to the consignor, the person who sent me the tin. I try to be fair to you, the buyer, because I don't want to gouge you. And I try to be fair to me because I want to make as much as I possibly can on each tin that I sell, but still be fair to the consignor and still be fair to you, the buyer. So if I hit the trifecta with those 3, I consider myself very fortunate. And putting up 100 tins a week, that's 400 tins over the course of a month. And I think I've hit it right 2 or 3 times, but that's it. It's just my guessing, just gut feeling from having done it for so many years.
Steve, I got to share with you. So Mike Lukler from Vancouver, the Briar Blues, is over here on YouTube. And he says, for those of you who've never met Steve, you and your wife are the 2 of the nicest people that you'd ever want to meet, worth going to the West Coast Pipe Show just to meet them, which is the nicest thing I've ever heard Mike say about anybody. So that's not true, by the way. That's not true. Mike is very nice.
I love him to death, known him for years, and all of you know he's probably the most honest and forthright guy in the world, but still I know Mike pretty well, and he bought some tobacco today, and he's looking for some kind of a bargain, I think. But tell him I said thank you for those kind comments. He's one of our hobby's true prizes, for real.
Do you only sell tobaccos that are in the tins, or everybody here puts them in jars? If someone passes away and the family has all the jars, are you interested in the jars as well?
Very good question. And the answer is no, for 2 reasons. Number one, as part of my tobacco selling license, I can't sell aftermarket product. You have to sell from where they came from, the tins, the bags, whatever it is. The second thing is, when you're talking about aftermarket, the perception of the buyer, it would be me too, is that, okay, he's got an 8-ounce jar or a jar holding 8 ounces of Stonehaven from 2012. I don't know who put that in the jar. I don't know where they were when they packed the jar. I don't know any of that kind of stuff. So I'm not going to take a chance on it. Whereas if you have a tin that's sealed the processor has to go through a certain stage of events to legally get that, including licensing, to get that tobacco in the tin, and I'd prefer that. So I wouldn't even buy it. So I don't think it would be smart of me, even if I were able to do it, to try to package aftermarket stuff and sell it. It wouldn't get the kind of attention that I really would need.
So I got another question. If the seller sells something that you are interested for yourself, does the seller get the 35% commission too?
Well, no, it depends on how you're looking at it. I mean, I don't buy it. I'm smoking right now. You ask a great question, because I'm smoking a 2004 Brian Ruthenberg bent apple sandblast. I got that in on, as a seller. It sent me a bunch of pipes to sell, including this one. And I love the pipe. And so I sent him an email and I said, look, I think you could probably get about 300 to 350, somewhere in that range for this pipe if I sold it on eBay. And then you'd take my 35% off of that. So I'd like to just pay you the $350 for it right now and keep it for myself. Well, that's a bargain for them. So he says, sure, yeah. And yes, I've done that before. I'll pay the full price, but also let them know that this is what I think it's worth, and this is what I think you'd make on it, somewhere in that ballpark. And of course, if it's over he made $100 on me just by selling me the pipe. So,
would you ever consider going to an auction model where you let people bid on something, so it's not a question of speed, getting to your website and clicking on time?
Well, that'd be great for you, but here's the problem with me. When you have an auction, how long are you going to run the auction for? And also, to get a site like that, you're going to pay way more money than what I pay to run for my site and to my webmaster to run it. You're talking about something that's way more complicated. So you combine those two things, and that would never happen. No.
That's part of the reason why I haven't actually been able to be a customer yet, is a lot of the things that I am interested in are gone like that. My draw isn't fast enough.
Well, Michael, I actually have a problem with that. And it happens, we use SiteGround, which is very well known worldwide. And we also have WordPress, which is known worldwide. And the tightness, because most websites don't have this issue, but let's say, Michael, you and David both bid on this, or both hit the purchase at the same time. Well, if it's within a second and a half of each other where you've both paid for it, that site will credit both of you as having made the purchase. And it shows on my system which one of you got there first, but we're talking a second and a half. Actually, it's under a second and a half. And most websites, you don't have a situation that can cause that to happen. So what happens is one of them goes into back order, and I have to email the guy who paid for a tin of tobacco he wanted and say, I'm sorry, the system back ordered your tin and I don't have another one. And I have to do that 4 times today, as a matter of fact, because 4 times we had in the first 5 minutes that I listed the 100 tins, we had 92 orders. Wow. So that just, causes a problem. There's no way I can fix that without spending way more money than I have. So yeah,
I try to keep it. I have a reoccurring alarm at which in Eastern time is 10:57 every Saturday, and it goes off to remind me to go. All right, get on pipe stud and be ready.
Well, it was funny. I did on my newsletter today. I had a picture of Mickey Mouse sitting in a race car, and my caption was "Get your mice ready." And I had one customer tell me one time. He says, "Yeah, I'm not going to tell you what it is." He said, "But I do finger exercises so that I can click faster." I said, okay. I won't.
Now, do you have a problem? Do you have a problem with bots?
Sorry?
People who got with bots. Basically, it's a program that scours the internet and
bots, yeah.
Yeah, and I've met a few people who designed those programs, and I can understand the resentment against them because basically they've got a program running all the time on their computer. And the minute you list something great, the bot does the purchase.
Well, that's never happened. I don't know. You're getting Tim into something I'm not not familiar at all with, other than the fact that I'm like today, for example, 92 orders in the first 5 minutes to me was incredible. I can't even get out of bed in 5 minutes, but there'd sure have to be a whole lot of different people out there using a bot system to be able to do that. And I don't know if that's something I'd love to ask Andrew, my webmaster, is if the SiteGround, for example, or maybe one of the other plugins that they use, does that prevent botting or whatever it's called from happening? I just don't have an answer for you.
I just think you're lucky that there probably aren't a whole lot of pipe smokers that are botting for tobacco.
Yeah.
Unlike like sneakers or other stuff that they use it for,
Yeah.
Well, there are. That's the interesting thing is, like, if you watch, there's a couple sites that when they list anything like Penzance, they're gone the minute they're posted.
Well, that happens with me too, and here's why, Tim. When they're clicking, clicking their finger, and all of a sudden, boom, the new listings are up. They just type in or already have a cut and paste ready. I've heard this story too. They've got like Penzance, they've got it ready to cut paste. They hit that search feature, enter Penzance and click it, and boom, you're right there to the Penzance. And that's why, for instance, Markovich is one that I, in the newsletter, mentioned as having on the site and even showed a picture of it. Well, I guarantee you, whoever wanted that Markovich was ready to go because it was gone so quickly. But yeah, they can do that. Absolutely. They get in the first 10 or 12 seconds, I'll have a couple of 3 orders. Sure will.
Steve, I got a quick question to you about that. I see your site right now. You have some Richard Mason unsmoked pipe. Do you ship to Canada?
Yes, I do. There's if you'll look, and I heard you talking about this, Miguel, earlier. On my website, under the packing or under the shipping, ordering and shipping, Canada, because of a lot of what you talked about, it's a whole new ballgame, and I've lost a lot of Canadian customers. Whatever is purchased, I have to make a copy of the payment receipt off of PayPal and include that in the package so that they will see exactly what you paid for the product and know how to charge you accordingly. If used to, people would buy, a pound, 2 pounds worth of tobacco out of Canada from me. But now if they're spending $300 on tobacco products, instead of me being able to list exactly what that sold for at retail, I have to sell it. They'll see exactly what they paid for it. So if there was a 2-ounce tin of Penzance that was sold in 2009 for $18.95, and you paid $75 for it, well, then you're paying the difference. But that's the way Canada has it set up. They sent a bunch. I had to talk to Mike Gluckler, as a matter of fact, who talked to a friend of his in Canadian Customs, who explained to me exactly what I have to do, because they were just sending packages back to me, Customs was, out of Canada, and never telling me what I was doing wrong.
Yeah, for us, basically, tobacco is an issue. But with regards to the pipe, I'm looking at your site right now. We have some Richard Mason in here. They're pretty good price. Mm-hmm. If you don't mind me asking, Richard Mason, is that good Kerber?
Oh, yeah, I own 2 of his pipes. And it was interesting. He didn't have a website. He sent me a pipe as a gift and said he'd like for me to smoke it. And he wanted my feedback. And I was incredibly pleased. And I emailed him back. I said, let me take a look at your website. He said, well, I don't have one. And I said, you don't have anybody selling your pipes? He said, no. He said, I go to pipe shows and sell them there. And I said, well, if you'll send me your pipes to sell, I'll sure do it. So that's how I got them.
Yeah, DDR, this is the issue that I have every time I attend these meetings. I have, pipe pipe issue when it comes to look at the website. I'm going to end up buying the pipe.
Miguel, I'm sorry. We're gonna have to. Oliver, we need a waiver form for everybody so that we don't get blamed for that, man. A couple of questions have come up, and this was my question too. I think I know the answer because I think I've heard you talk about it before. But do you take requests and then notify people if they say something like, if you ever get any XYZ in, can you let me know?
Okay, here's how I'll answer that. I'll let you answer the question for me, David. Let's say that you've been running this website for 16 years and you're 68 years old. The brain still works, but not like it did when you were younger. And you have 2,000 people who are over 2,000 people who are on your mailing list, plus others who are not. And you get about 7 emails a week from people asking you to, if you get such and such in, just sell it to me privately. What would you do?
Oh, trust me, that's why I said I think I know the answer.
Yeah, I'm just too old to handle it.
That's a nightmare. I mean, you'd have to automate that, so there would have to be a SaaS product that you would put in there. But then, with that many people on your database, you would piss somebody off. That's
I do every day. I'm sure I do. It's I say it politely. I just say I'm sorry. I don't take off-site requests simply because I don't have time for it, which is the truth. I'd never be listing tobacco. I'd just be selling off-site all the time.
So once again, just for everybody who's watching, maybe haven't been to pipestud.com. By the way, the website is PIPESTUD, pipestud.com. Make sure you go and check it out. Steve, when do you put up your new listings?
Most of the time, it's 10 a.m. Central on Saturdays. Occasionally, I'll have to go a half hour earlier or an hour later for whatever personal reasons, or a different day, like on a Sunday. And then on occasion during the week for those who are my first responders, members only, that's what I call the email group. I have midweek, I'll have special offerings just for them. And the stuff goes on the site, but nobody knows that it's gone on the site except them. But that happens maybe once every couple of months. I try to do it more, but when you're trying to list tobacco for both sites, or tobacco for one site and pipes on another, you got to have time to do that. So I really can't do that very often because packing and shipping does take a lot of time, especially when you're old.
Speaking of being old, Oliver, I sent you a chat message. Did you happen to read my message?
Somebody sent me a chat message?
No, I sent one to Oliver because he's the cool parent. So I needed to send a message to the cool parent.
Well, he looks like a cool parent. He looks like just a cool guy, period. I love that mustache.
Don't let that fool you.
Don't let it fool me.
Thank you.
I tried to I just couldn't do it. It'd go fine on one direction, the other direction, it just kept going down.
I got the message.
But did you answer me?
No.
No. Well, there you go. All right. So this is not like love letters, everybody. I asked because I have a personal commitment to my family that I only keep the meeting going for 2 hours every week. But now that I've heard everybody say I'm the mean parent for shooing everybody out after 2 hours, I want to check and see if Oliver is available to keep this going. Because
that's the difference between a dad and a granddad.
So
I want to start. What did I start?
I would say we have more than 30 people in the room, so maybe we can have another 15 minutes.
All right, let's do that.
The last time he said 15 minutes,
said that before.
1 hour.
I know. Sometimes I'm a little bit funny.
I want to, before I take off, and the reason, Steve, just in case you hadn't heard me say this ever before, I always say this because I know that everybody here's got a family, got, maybe a significant other or some other responsibilities in their life. And rather than get you in trouble, I keep it to a couple hours so that you can come back next week and not have to justify it somehow. But I'm also, absolutely thrilled to have you guys stick around. I have to go off and do that. So let me just say, Steve, it is really a treat to hang out with you. And I'm serious about sitting down and having a beer at the next show that we can be together.
Well, that'd be awesome, David. I can't tell you how much fun it's been with you guys. I love larger groups, and I am kind of a.
Steve, I've got to clear out. This is Alvin, but Dusty Black wanted me to tell you hello.
Well, tell Dusty Black I said hello right back to him and that he ought to start smoking a pipe.
I will do that.
Cool. Well, I'm going to turn it over to Oliver. Oops, I'm going to do that. I'm going to turn it over to Oliver and wish all of you a very happy and healthy week. I always usually say not to be political in any way, shape, or form, but please stay healthy, wear your mask, wash your hands. I got my 2 shots. And I'm feeling very happy about it. So when you guys get your chance to get a shot, please do that, because I love you. It's the best part of my week, hanging out with you, and I look forward to seeing. I won't be here next week. I actually have to work. I have a work commitment next Saturday, so I won't be here. But the cool parent will be here. Evidently.
We get to stay up late again. Oh, man.
There we go. So, Oliver, I'm turning it over to you, sir. And I'll see you guys in 2 weeks.
And David, before you go.
Yes.
This is quite an well, I guess he went.
No, I'm still here. Yeah.
Quite an operation you got going here. Thank you. And I don't know if any of the individuals that are on here have purchased anything today. But I do need to go myself and get back to packing and shipping. And I have some more orders out there. And of course, I might, who knows, Miguel I may have to be packing a pipe pretty soon. So hint, hint, Miguel.
Steve, no problem, Steve. You are true Texas gentleman, the way.
But thank all of you very much for having me. And
thanks, Steve.
Hope to do
great.
Thank you, Steve.
Okay, adios.
We appreciate you, sir.
Thank you. Adios.
Thank you.
Seems like David is the only one who has
Steve.
Now we are alone. Really? So I don't know. Say it.
I don't know. I was going to say, I don't know what DDR was talking about in terms of we have responsibilities and things to do. I don't know what he was referring to.
Yeah, because we're just all bums here.
Pretty much.
Yeah, Oliver, I'm
or bachelors.
I'm trying to, or we will be soon. That's a possibility. Oliver, I'm trying to get that thing, but my computer just rebooted. So I'm going to disappear, but you guys don't take that as the show is ending. So I'm just trying to give Oliver the control. You have the con, Mr. Spock.
Thank you, sir. I have no topics. The only topic is we are all hosts. So if you have something to tell it. That's funny. I see your face, Andrew. You have something to say?
I'm not sure. I'm just laughing anyway. I will say, I was going to say before, I remember my best pipe stud memories. I think before he changed his site, but he had one time where he didn't, the site didn't come up when it was supposed to. And it ended up not going up that day. And I just had a laugh because I was thinking of all the people frantically hitting refresh over and over and over again, waiting for it to come up, which I was one of them. So.
Okay, guys, I just want to give you an update on our club blend. Just a couple of days ago, I ordered 16 pounds of whole leaf tobacco, which I'm using for the club blend. So it should be arriving next week. And also I bought another tobacco cutter. So I'm expecting it to be 1 millimeter or 1.5 millimeter ribbon. And it should be ready for shipping sometime, I would say, in May. It will be 50 grams per person. I decided to do it 50 grams instead of 2 ounces because some of it will be shipped internationally, and a lot of countries have restriction with a 50 gram maximum that you can ship to that country. So it will be 50 grams per person, $17 plus shipping.
So basically, we won't see you for like a month and a half. You'll be cutting tobacco day and night.
It will take some time. I'm not going to do it all in one day. It will take some time, yes. But I'll be here at the meetings anyway. Maybe I'll be like removing stems or shredding tobacco while I'm here with you at the meeting. If weather is nice.
Dimitri, is there any spot left for anyone who want to buy?
Well, I'm planning, well, I ordered 16.
The process of making the tobacco, how long does the marriage of the tobaccos take? Can you tell us something about that?
Well, from my experience, I know it has to be at least 1 week, minimum 1 week after it's blended. If it sits longer, it will be better. The blend I'm making, it will have some spice, and though it's mostly Orientals and Virginia with a little bit of Perica, a little bit of Nicotiana rustica. It will have some tongue bite if you smoke it too fast or too hot, mostly because I don't use any kind of casing. It's just tobacco leaf. So I would suggest smoking it in medium to large size pipe and smoke it slowly to reduce tongue bite. But I like the flavor, and Pablo and Patrick, they smoked it. That number 3, I adjusted it a little bit. So my original number 3, what Patrick and Pablo smoked, it had only one kind of Virginia, only Canadian Virginia. Final version has mostly Canadian Virginia, but a little bit of American flue-cured sweet Virginia. So it's a little bit milder, slightly sweeter, but very similar to the original number 3.
For the people who bought for the 3, do we get a price or something?
It will be $17 for 50 grams, $17 plus shipping. So I know it's not cheap for bulk tobacco, but because I don't have luxury of buying like hundreds of pounds, so I have to pay higher price. So I need to cover my expenses.
Dimitri, what is it going to be called?
All the work you've done.
I believe we had given some suggestions, the name of this blend. What is it going to be called? Has anything been finalized?
Well, in the next couple of days, I'm going to post the survey on a Facebook for the name of the tobacco, and we'll see what's most popular name, and I'll make final decision based on your responses.
It should be called Sassoff number 3.
I would like to give you guys a little update about our donations. So we talked about the donation last meeting, and you guys decided so we can do that. And It was awesome. So I got more than $500 from you guys for the club. And now we have some money on hand. So nobody have to put their own money for any projects like shipping or PayPal transaction fees or something like that.
Yeah.
And the same is also for the tobacco. So if Dimitri needs a couple bucks to send it out or something like this, so our club, we have some money in the bank, and I would like to thank you, all you donors, to make this happen, to that we can do some projects like our photo competition and some prizes and all this stuff. And it's awesome. It's really awesome. And I would really like to thank you. Thank you. Very cool.
It's not mandatory. The good thing about that is not mandatory, right? It's for all of us. If you can donate. If not, I mean, you still belong to the family. That's the reason why I talked about this last week as well. So David Martinez basically said it's better if it is, donation instead of actually having a yearly dues. But the good thing about this is when I posted it, I'm a number guy. The last raffles that we did, I'm pretty sure that they're actually working on a negative. When I actually calculate the amount of money that they need for pipes, accessories, and shipping, we don't want DDR, Jürgen, and Oliver to basically operate with their own funds. So this is a good idea, to be quite honest with you.
Thank you.
Yeah. Oliver, thank you for doing it. Thank you for posting the link for the donation. And, it's beneficial for all of us.
Yeah.
100% of this money goes to the club. So I have to make sure that everybody understands this. I had a little discussion with some guys on our Facebook page, and some of you, not of you, but some guys was thinking that the money was for the last raffle, and that's not true. The money I got from you guys is for our future projects, and I have to make clear that everybody has to understand it. It's not money for me or for us personally. It's only for the club. So if you can put something on our account, then it's fine. If not, it's fine too. So we work on it. It's perfect. Thank you so much. Now it's quiet. That's perfect.
Speaking of Nicotiana rustica, has anyone ever had Native American Kinnickinnick, which is made with rustica?
Yeah, that's pretty much same thing. It goes by different name depending on the country. Like in South America, in Peru, it's known as mopacho, but it's same Nicotiana rustica. And they use different processing. Like in Peru, it's basically rolled in tubes, like similar to Anduyo process. But it's not pressed as hard as Anduyo, but somewhat similar. But it's just pure Nicotiana rustica.
You don't ever have to ask that question, Pablo. If there's anything that has any remote connection to tobacco, Dimitri has had some sort of experience with it.
Hey, Pablo,
Very
I've
true.
had it. I get mine from Native Americans, and it's got tobacco in it, but it's also got other herbs and things in it that are actually medicinal. So, I mean, it's actually good for you. So the stuff that I smoke, anyway, so.
Got it. Yeah.
Everything is good for you, and everything is bad for you. Difference between poison and medicine is a dose.
True.
Doses of the medicine or the poison makes the difference.
Exactly.
All right, guys, I got
still
to
on?
drop my son off at a birthday party, so I will see you guys next week. Everybody have a great week.
Hey, Michael.
Okay,
Thank you,
Michael.
Michael.
Thank you, Michael.
Yeah.
See you next
I
week.
follow your YouTube channel already.
Michael, can you once again repeat the name of the YouTube channel, your YouTube channel?
Yeah, it's Philly Piper, Philly Piper.
Philly Piper. Okay, thank you.
I subscribed already, Michael. You got great
Awesome.
videos, my friend.
I try. Thanks, guys. Have a good week.
Yeah.
Bye, Michael.
Also, guys,
Andrew, I have a question for you. I'm sorry, Dimitri. Dimitri, let me ask Andrew a question. So, Andrew, you are a YouTube guy for years, I would say, and now I see you are also a pipe maker. So, what is the story about that?
Nothing too probably too exciting. I think I've just an extension of the hobby. Been doing it for a little, not super long, but I saw a bunch of friends in the community starting to make pipes. Simon actually started making pipes, as you guys know, and just really had me interested. And Mike, actually, Briar Blues, had done one of his live streams. He gave away a hobby block, and I happened to win it. And so I figured, okay, and I proceeded to butcher it terribly, and I still have it on my shelf as a reminder of, my first attempt at making a pipe. And but I just tried it out and really enjoyed it, and so now I've started trying to do that more regularly. Right now, I'm trying to make about one pipe a month if I can with my time, and really, for me, it's one of those things where I work on a computer all day, and I'm in my office. And so to get out and actually do some kind of craftsmanship work with my hands, and it's very rewarding. I'm sure others kind of know what that means, but that's, for me, it's something different that I really enjoy.
Well, Andrew, do you know Tim Thorpe?
Jim Thorpe? No. Oh, Tim, no.
He's also very talented pipe maker. He's from New Jersey. He's from Cherry Hill. That's the pipe he made for me.
Oh, wow. That's beautiful. Yeah.
Yeah, so maybe you can get in touch with him. He's a member of Philadelphia Pipe Club and New York Pipe Club. So you can find him on Facebook. So maybe you can help each other, learn from each other.
Oh, yeah. I'm sure. I don't know. I'm probably more me than him. But yeah.
Yeah, and he's not too far from you. He's in Cherry Hill.
Okay, very good. Yeah. I actually used to go to Allentown, Pennsylvania every week for work. And so I joined the Lehigh Valley Pipe Club, and those guys meet in Bethlehem, and it's a great club. Some really, Russ Ouellette is a member. He doesn't attend that often, but there's a couple pipe makers there, including Juan Azurkia, and another guy named Jason Ziner, who make absolutely gorgeous pipes. People know Juan, I think, but Jason flies under the radar. And just like you said, Dimitri, some amazing pipe makers that are out there that you just don't know. And they've been very gracious with their time to help me as well.
Yeah, Russ is a very good friend of New York Pipe Club. A few years ago, when he actually blended a few tobaccos for New York Pipe Club blends. And a few years ago, he was guest at our summer picnic in New York. So amazing guy, and definitely one of the best tobacco blenders in the world.
Yeah, absolutely.
Andrew, do you have one on hand right now that you are making or something?
I don't have any. I'm outside right now. I don't have anything with me. I'm working on a stack. Or actually, it's this Nate King, which it won't even come close to it. But this is a similar pipe I'm trying to make right now. I've only made 17 pipes, so I'm very new at it.
Yeah.
So you make your pipes only for you?
No, but being so new, I've sold a few pipes, but I'm really just getting pipes out there to friends to try and give me feedback on. And I do have hopes to sell them, eventually. But I know where I am, right? So I'm not trying to sell them for any crazy amount of money right now. I'm just trying to make back my costs, like Dimitri said, with the tobacco, and keep at it until I get better. So.
Yeah, next Tuesday, April 13, we have a New York Pipe Club meeting on Zoom. So feel free to join us.
Oh, I'd love to.
You can find it on Facebook. Just enter New York Pipe Club, and Lou is the president of our club, so you can contact him for more details.
Awesome.
Thank you, Dimitri. Thank you. Everyone's invited.
I have a question for Jürgen. I noticed you have a L-Tank basic, right? Do you have any other L-Tanks aside from the basic ones?
No, unfortunately not, because they are not so cheap as the basic. But I think I will get the other models of the basic. Tom makes the plain one and the sandblast, and I love this pipe really. It became a daily smoker for me. It's fantastic pipe. Oliver smokes the same model because of me.
Amir, Amir, I got
tell us something about that.
Yeah, I got a couple of Tom L-Tank basic Amir, and then this is my Grail. So I don't know if you can see it. I just got this one, which is the bamboo. I mean, it's been a dream of mine to own one, but it's out of my reach. And then when I saw a guy, believe it or not, it's local here in Victoria, BC, and he's selling it. He's actually got listing on Tom L-Tank as well. So this one right here, when I listened to Tom L-Tank describing this pipe, I mean, this is indeed basically a smoking machine. I mean, it's about 19 grams in weight. So if you're a clincher, it's so light, and you can smoke it, you can clinch it every day. But the Tom L-Tank basics, I got the rusticated and the other, the smooth one. I mean, I have to be honest with you, like I agree with Jürgen. I mean, it's L-Tank. It's just the construction of the pipe, the fiber, carbon fiber that he used. I mean, the guy really knows what he's talking about. I mean, and then when I got this, it's like, that's it. I mean, it's some of his pipe obviously are too expensive, but I got a good price on that one.
Yeah, I know the drillings on the basic are a bit different. It's around 3.5 millimeters. I just want to ask who's have both the basics and the other his pipes. Is there a really big difference between them? The 0.5 millimeters. Does it has any bearing at all, or is it the same?
To me, it's the same. I got two basic and I got this bamboo. The draw is almost identical to each other. Basically, what he did is the tenon is actually pipe on this one. It's still fiber, carbon fiber. Same thing with the basic. So the draw is pretty close.
Where do you drill your pipes at, Amir?
Sorry?
Where do you drill your pipes at?
4 millimeters. I talked to L-Tank and he asked me to do 4 millimeters from the very start. So that's what I'm doing.
Yeah, that's what I'm using right now. Okay.
Yeah. To me, that's the best.
Yep.
Yeah, Jürgen, I think we've been a bad influence on you. You now smoking non-filtered pipes.
Yes, absolutely. And I'm a huge fountain fan. So I normally smoke more filter pipes, but the L-Tank smokes so well that I'm maybe switching more to the non-filtered. I have some non-filtered, especially I'm a huge fan of Canadian models. So the next few Canadians that I will chase for is absolutely non-filters. That's a gorgeous thing that I think. So I have more options on classic shapes, and they look way better if they are non-filtered. That's an advantage for me.
Yeah, Miguel, that pipe you just showed, I've been eyeing that exact pipe for a long time. I saw Smoking Pipes posted a few of them just recently, and it's been very hard for me not to pull the trigger on one with the bamboo style. It's just beautiful.
It's hard to get it, to be quite honest with you. I actually posted one time, it's one of my grail. And then when I found this, and this guy's selling it locally, I couldn't believe it because I live in Victoria, BC, which is in an island. I actually thought I'm the only one that actually doing pipe smoking in here. And then when I saw it, and I said, you know what, it's time to pull the trigger. And I said to myself, if I'm not going to do this, I'm not going to do it at all. And then I just want to add comments with regards to Dimitri's about the filter. All my Sabinelis, I have a lot of 6 millimeter and 9 millimeter. I'm not using the 6 millimeter anymore, the balsa filters. I mean, man, it's way better. But the 9 millimeter, I have to put a balsa on it because it's too it is too big and the draw is too. I mean, I just can't handle it. So the 6mm now, the Sabinellis that I have, I don't use filtering.
Well, the only way to use 9mm without filter is probably smoking ribbon cuts and packing it very tight. That's the only way.
Yeah.
I've been buying
Chase.
Yeah, I've been buying the 9mm filter adapters to put in the pipe. Smoke without a filter works pretty good.
If I always say if you have a 9mm filter pipe and you want to smoke it without a filter, think of it as a little reverse calabash. It will work. You have to figure out how to pack the pipe, and it's not a huge problem. I have smoked last week my Faun Enzian, the Gestickpfeife, as you know. And I have forgotten to put the filter in it, and I haven't noticed it.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I think the good thing about the 9mm Sabinellis, especially some of my Punta Oros, is every time they ship you the pipe, because I got my pipe straight from them, I don't buy the Sabinelli from store. So the good thing about they always give you that adapter that you can actually put instead of the filter. So I tried that. That works perfectly. But if I smoke 9mm, to be quite honest, with no adapter or filter on it, my wife won't be able to talk to me in 2 days because it's just too much. And I was like, especially if you're smoking like Frostica, some stronger tobacco. And and to be quite honest with you guys, the reason why I'm here every Saturday, to me, you guys are amazing. I mean, the amount of knowledge that I got from you guys and the people that's been, smoking for a long time. I've been smoking for more than 20 years. But every time I attended this meeting, the knowledge that I get from you guys, it doesn't matter if you're a beginner or if you are a tenure pipe smoker. It's pretty amazing the reward that you get every Saturday. And that's the reason why, if I have time, I always come and see this. And I have to be honest with you, I even sign in basically 15 minutes before it starts. So I'm hoping that I'm going to get in because I can sit on the background and just listen to you. Just to give you an example, Mr. Heineck, David Martinez, and Dimitri, and some of you guys, it's just rewarding for a pipe smoker to be on this meeting every time, to be quite honest with you.
Salamat.
Oh, how do you? Yeah, I'm half Dimitri. I'm half Portuguese, half Filipino. But I like that you. I really appreciate you telling me thank you in that language. I appreciate it.
So I have a question for Jürgen and Oliver. So you're both German, correct?
Yes.
And is Germany in general, is it hospitable to smokers of pipes and cigars, or how is the law over there?
Well, I'm located in Germany, so I can speak from personal experience because Oliver is over in Chicago. It depends. If you're outside in a beer garden or a restaurant, it is everywhere possible to smoke. You have to ask the owner of the restaurant or the beer garden or something, but that is not a problem. Inside, it's very complicated because most of the restaurants are banned. There are some sports bars where you can smoke and some smoker lounges, but it's not so common to smoke outside. You don't see a lot of smokers anymore, especially in pipes. You see rarely someone to smoke a pipe. So that it's more a thing that you do in groups with friends. So I have a little pipe club with a few friends, 3 or 4 people. We meet each other once a month. Not right now because we have always a lockdown running since November. So we will get back to that, but that is a more private thing. And that is a little bit a mystery because we have so much tobacco plants available on the market, nearly 800 on the German market. And we have a lot of, as you all know, a lot of makers. Well, not so much. It's Pöschel in Bavaria, then it's Kohlhaas in Kopp, which is thing, and we have DTM, and we have HU Tobacco, but HU Tobacco let produce Kohlhaas in Kopp and DTM. And they are responsible for that. And then we have the STG plants, of course, and Samuel Gaviv is gone out of the market earlier this year. They don't send tobacco anymore to the EU because of the Brexit. Maybe it will come back. We will see. But it's more a private thing now. And the market is doing very well for online sales, and we have a lot of tobacco shops, so that is not a problem in Germany. But Oliver can tell something about his experience, maybe. Oliver, what have you to say about that?
Yeah, I would agree. So I'm here in Chicago right now for pretty much 10 years, I would say. And when I remember right, so there's something different between the US and Germany, also with the laws. So you can, when they don't change the law in Germany, so you can smoke cigarettes or tobacco, whatever you want, when you are 16. So here in the US, you have to be 18 or 21. I'm not pretty sure, but it's a huge difference. So like Jürgen said, it's about the law or the private law in a bar. So you can have a smoking lounge or a bar. You can smoke and drink, and this is a little bit different here in the US. You need special license for the alcohol, for tobacco, and all this stuff. It's a little bit easier, I would say, in Germany. So it's more open for the public, I would say.
Mm-hmm. Jürgen, you have Hans Wiedermann with HU Tobacco there too, right? I mean, he makes some amazing tobacco.
Yes. I have a little bit contact to him because I'm a huge lover of his tobaccos, and I talk to him via Facebook quite frequently. If I have some questions, he will answer. And I make my first order several years ago. That was in that time that he only runs the company and makes all the shipments. Now he has some dealers who will make that because it's become too huge for him, because that is a one-man company. That is only him. And he only makes the blends right now, and makes the marketing and all that thing, and then the dealers will send it out. It's a fantastic thing to see, but on the other side, it is also a sign how detailed the market goes in specialties like that. Yeah, it's mostly family-run businesses or small business. I have made a visit in 2012 by Dan Pipe, which is the other company who sells the tobaccos for DTM. DTM means Dan Tobacco Manufacturing. And I have seen the whole production. It's a very family business, very small company, 20, 30 people maybe, not much that. And that is also a thing. Also, Kohlhaas & Kopp isn't a big company in comparison to the STG or something else.
I might have to move to Germany.
Yeah. This one, one we can't get.
You can do pipe smoking at the same time. You can go to Autobahn and drive, So you get
that is a thing that I have seen several years ago. I was on my way back from a music fair in Frankfurt. We had once the biggest in the world, and I was on the Autobahn near Mannheim, and we had a little bit traffic jam. And beside me, I've seen a BMW driver, and he had put a pipe in his mouth and stamped it and lit it. It was about 80 kilometers, and I have thought, how does he do that? I can't smoke in the car. That is not gonna happen for me.
But the best thing about smoking a pipe in the car, even I often do it. I don't open up the windows. The smoke just doesn't, hurt your eyes or anything. Splendid. And it's like you're smoking 2 or 3 bowls at the same time because the smoke is always there and you're inhaling all the smoke together.
Hey, I had a question for Ramachandra. We were talking earlier about how much a 50-gram tin of tobacco costs in different countries, and I was wondering what it was like in India.
Well, in India, we don't have any Indian brand. So we all buy from the online stores. So we don't have any Indian brand. So everything that's available is at the same price that you people buy from any online store.
Okay.
Because India, there are no manufacturers now.
Yeah, even though they grow some excellent tobacco in India, some HU tobaccos use Indian-grown tobaccos.
Yeah, Virginias are grown in huge and exported. And we have cigarette companies, but for pipe tobacco and cigars, no. Nobody is doing it.
I remember actually smoking some Indian cigarettes many years ago.
Which one?
I don't remember what it was called. It had, I think, like Foursquare or something like that.
Yeah, Foursquare. Yeah, Foursquare used to be a very popular brand, but that was many years ago.
Yeah, that was many years ago.
Yeah. Now it's basically ITC, which is the largest manufacturer, the Imperial Tobacco Company, which was in collaboration with the BAT, British American Tobacco. They are the largest manufacturers, and Godfrey Phillips. These are the 2 people who are the biggest manufacturers of cigarettes. But for pipe tobacco, we are dependent on online stores only.
But in Malaysia, there's something funny going on for the past 7-8 years. Some tobaccos are sold at around $12, $13, but the Dunhills are being sold at $20, and Davidoffs are selling at around $30. So I don't know how that happens because
Davidoff, when you buy Davidoff tobacco or cigars, you pay for the name probably more than for the product.
Yeah.
Yeah, like
Very
Davidoff
true.
cigars, they're excellent cigars, but they are overpriced. Like here in New York City, I can buy Davidoff for like $25, $30, or I can buy some other cigar which will be just as good or better for half price.
Yeah, but what about Dunhill? Why in Malaysia it costs $20? Because we look at smoking pipes, it's almost the same price as other brands. No.
I got this basically 2 days ago. This I don't know if you guys can see it, the Virginia blend from Ampora. And I have to be honest with you, when I got this, I just went like this after one smoke. So right now, after I just go like this, and then my wife was like, "Why are you?" I didn't realize that she's behind me. I was like, "Why are you hugging that? I'm poor." I told her I'm thinking of actually putting this under my pillow because this one is so freaking amazing. I have to be honest with you. It's just for you, in the States, for you guys to have this for $7.89. It's mind-boggling to me. It's just, I just don't know how this company makes money. Because Ampora in Victoria, British Columbia, like what I said during the meeting, it's about $48.95 Canadian. I mean, you can find some Dunhill tobacco here, but the Dunhill tobacco, we have 3 tobacconists in here. All of them are house blend. You can find some Dunhill. But I bought one, I open it, and it's dry because it's been sitting basically on their shelf forever. So everything that we buy now here, it's like this. It's all gray. There's no such thing as Ampol written on it. It doesn't really matter what it is, but all of them are the same.
You are lucky with the gray tin, because in Europe, in other countries, in Germany, we have the black or white labels on it from the government. In other countries, you get the same pictures that they have on cigarettes, the horrible pictures that we all know.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
The gray tin is an advantage to that.
Yeah, the thing about here in Canada now, even if the store that sells cigarettes, they have to close basically the display. You cannot basically open it. And then the cigarette in here, I mean, one pack of cigarette is about 25 Canadian. And in the States, you can get a Marlboro. I don't know how much for a pack of Marlboro there now. So there's a lot of restriction in here. And that's the reason why every time I receive a box from this, I don't want to mention the name because I don't want, Canada customers listening. But every time I receive that in front of my door, that small box, it's Christmas Day, baby. It's Christmas Day. So I'll just open that box and you know what I normally do? I just grab myself basically with hand sanitizer, sanitize the box. And then when I open it, it's like an epiphany. All the archangels are singing that you are opening a box. That's how deprived we are here. And please, if you can, Mr. Heineck, David Martinez, and all of you guys, and Dimitri, if you want to adopt me, I'm open for that idea. I will move there in a heartbeat.
Well, Miguel, there's a lot of guys in the YouTube pipe community that have a lot of friends in Canada and Australia, and there may be more than a few packages with, toy products and other things that make their way to other countries.
I always try, when I order tobacco from the States, the maximum I do is 200 grams. And there is one at least online store that from the States. The reason I bought a couple of about 4 tins in there. I don't use them anymore because the name actually on the label, it's tobacco. So as soon as they see that in Canada, they get a copy. You can get it, but I ordered one time 4 tins, and basically I paid about 48 US, including shipping, and the custom fee is 290 Canadian. So, and I said to myself, there is no way. And the good thing about that though is they return it to the store. And the store is kind enough to basically refund me minus the shipping. I didn't even expect them to refund me. I said, you know what? You have this trouble of sending it to me. I even told the online stores, like, no, don't credit me because the amount of time that you guys send it to me, it's unfair for you guys to basically, instead of you selling it to another customer in the States, you sold it to me, you lost the sale. And that's the reason why I was really shocked when they refund the money. So it's really difficult in here, the amount of money we spend for tobacco. And Mr. Heineck basically asked me what I think about this tobacco. Tim, I just want to let you know that I put this under my pillow from time to time.
I have to try it. I've tried so many different. I have yet to try that. I feel like I'm missing a boat here. I got to give it at least a shot.
And don't you have the chance to travel to the States with your wife, maybe spend $1,000 in tobaccos, put it in your luggage and see what happens?
Yeah, so it's actually difficult because for us, like what I said, I'm 2 hours from Seattle. If I go to Seattle, when I used to smoke cigarettes, I smoke a lot of Marlboro and then I quit. My Marlboro, I had to go to Seattle. I had to make a special trip. It's 2-hour ferry ride from us. And then you're only allowed 2 cartons. If it is more than 2 cartons, you basically have to dump the tobacco. And then what we normally do, if I have 2 children and all of us will go to Seattle, all of us will have 2 limits. But the problem is when my daughter is, when my son and my daughter is, 8 or 9, they're not going to believe me that my daughter and my son is smoking at 8 years old. They're probably going to call the police if I do that. That's the reason why when you guys talk about cellaring in the States, it's pretty amazing to me. And it was like when you guys post, and I'm religiously, I always go to Facebook and people that actually post tobacco, the collection. And I said, we don't have that option. So what I normally do is I will order online 2 Escudo, 1 amphora, the maximum is 200 grams. If it is more than, I have to be honest with you, it's not gonna go through. That's the reason why when Steve from LJ Peretti told about Canadians spinning the wheel, that's what we normally do. Before I forgot, I have to the coolest pipe smoker that I ever seen, a pipe on his mouth, is Steve from LJ Peretti. That guy is damn cool. That Dublin hanging on the right of his mouth, and when he talks, you can understand what he's saying. That guy's badass. To be quite honest, that guy's pretty amazing.
I've seen him he's come to our club about a number of years ago and gave a talk. It's the same thing. He's got the pipe in his mouth. He talks. He's perfectly clear in what you can hear. It's amazing.
Yeah. And to be quite honest, you can probably see the background on my television in this room. Of all the episodes that we aired every time on YouTube, I always watch. I probably watched Steve from LJ Peretti when we were there. I probably watch it, I would say, at least 24 times. It's just every time I look at that guy, it was like, that's the true definition of a pipe smoker right there. And I like the way when he talked about that being an elitist. You got an entertainment just talking to the guy. It's pretty amazing. And that's the reason every Saturday I always pay attention, and it was like, I literally prepare my pipe, my tampers and everything at 10:45 my time. 15 minutes later, you're on. And every time that you guys talk about, I always stay on the background. All you guys are pretty amazing when it comes to educating about pipe tobacco. I have to be honest with you. And I'm thankful every time that I actually listen to you guys. It's a continued education for me. And then pipe smoking is, I posted one time on our Facebook page, and I said, here I say it, Health Canada with you guys. I don't care if they read my post, because, at the end of the day, there is basically, a benefits for us. To me, I can't speak for everybody, but by benefits to me is that I spend that 4 hours by myself. So the psychological help for me, especially during COVID. Pipe smoking is fantastic. I don't care what, and I always think about George Burns. George Burns, the American actor. He died more than 100 years old, and that guy smokes pipe, and he also smoked cigar. And he lived in 100 years.
Yeah, you couldn't see him without cigar. He smoked cigar all his life. What happened? A few months after he turned 100, he died.
Yeah. So if you're gonna tell me that it's bad for us, we don't inhale this. It's like, if that guy can live more than 100 years old, you cannot convince me that what we're doing, maybe there is some sort of a side effect or whatever it is. But this thing actually, I think to me, it prolongs your life, because the psychological benefits that you're getting from it, it's pretty amazing.
Yeah. Well,
plus George would have a George would have a cigar without.
Okay, raise your hand. One of the two.
I was just going to say briefly, George would have a cigar in his hand that wasn't lit, and it would be in his mouth, for like hours, kind of deal.
Yeah, I love watching that guy. Every time I see him, I watch his movies maybe 200 times. The only reason I watch him, not only that he's funny, is just that cigarette that he got on his hand. It's not like it's unlit. It's lit every time that you watch him. So for 100 years old, and you're going to tell me that pipe smoking will kill me in 60? Are you freaking kidding me? That's not going to happen.
We had a guy in my club. He smoked pipes, cigars, and cigarettes. He's inhaled all three. He finally died. He was 96. Finally gave out. Finally.
Yeah. As I will say, I have to die of something. I just hope I will die happy with a pipe in one hand and a glass of bourbon in the other.
And I tell you why I love this tobacco and McBaron 8H Plus. I put a caveat on my will for my children. I told them, in my coffin, I want you to put 5 Escudo, 5 Orlick, and 20 of this. If for whatever reason you didn't follow my instruction, you're not getting anything. So I know what's going to happen. Even though I'm not here anymore, I'm going to see myself right there with no amphora. The HA is an ornic. Basically, I put a caveat on my bill. You have to put that in my cup. That's why I love these things, to be quite honest with you.
So I have a question to Bill. I see you sitting in your private smoking lounge, right? So what you're smoking today, and do you have any experience with amphora? You are on mute. Bill,
are you talking to me?
No, I mean Bill in the car. You are on mute.
Bill McCall.
No.
Bill, in the car, you are on mute. No, it's not working.
I'm going to sign off, guys.
How about now?
Here we go. Perfect.
Hooray. I started out with this McClary of Engels by Dave McClary in Indiana. This is a lump of Memo Briar. He calls it a blowfish, but I think it's a pretty well-fed blowfish.
Oh, yeah.
Nice grain and a little bit of Cumberland in the stem. And his pipes, they may not be perfectly symmetrical or great works of art, but I like the way they look. And they always smoke perfectly. So what was I smoking in that? I was smoking Cordell and Deals, Billy, Bud, Blonde in a bag. And then while the meeting was going on, I had a shipment from Del Shanahan, my first 7LE320 EX. And he put in some F&K Sterling Balkan, which I'd never heard of before. It's really nice. It's a little bit on the floral side, but it's very smooth and very nice smoke. I don't see who's selling it, but I'm going to find some.
That's awesome.
But I've had an enjoyable afternoon with you guys, as usual. Although I'm often on YouTube because I get interrupted about halfway through most of the time. But today, all my appointments faded away. So really enjoy being with you.
Do you have any experience with the amphora, Virginia, or not?
Oh, I started on that, didn't I? No. When I was smoking the amphora, they had blue, red, and brown. What was the blue? Mild. The brown was regular, and the red was strong or something like that.
The full aroma.
Wasn't the blue called Royal?
Not in my day. It was just.
The blue one can be the Kentucky or the English. I have seen some pictures with the English blend, but that is a new one, and that is also a new blend that came out last year. David and I talked about that, and now I have it.
Nice. Well, I'm talking 55 years ago, so.
No, but before, what Bill is saying, they only had the two, the full aroma and the aromatic. They were kind of red and burgundy colors. That was it.
Yeah.
Well, Miguel has got...
Remember, in those days, they had amphora tins in all drugstores. Those large, nice-looking tins.
And for me, it was kind of like the first, when I was smoking mostly aromatics, it was one of my favorites because it was like Broken Flake, the kind of first Broken Flake blend I ever tried, more than the Ribbon aromatics.
William, you would like to say something? Go ahead.
I was just going to say that Miguel has got me convinced that I should try the amphora, the gold or that yellow package that he's got. I like the English blends myself. This pipe is from Walker Pipe Works in Washington or California, and in it I'm smoking a Lane English. It's called. I get it out of my local shop here called Medal of Valor, but it's an English blend with Latakia and Perique in it and all that. And I like it. I like those tobaccos more than anything else that I smoke. So, but I'll try that amphora gold or that yellow stuff, that whatever that is, Virginia.
Yeah, it's Virginia.
Okay.
Virginia blend, yeah.
Yeah. So Tim, I have a question for you. You talk about your club very often. So what's behind the scene? What's the difference between your club and the virtual pipe club? I would like to hear.
Age.
Well, Virtual Pipe Club is a lot bigger, for one thing. It, meets every week. My club meets, we were meeting once a week. Now we're meeting every 2 weeks. Since COVID, it's all been virtual, but we're going back to the, back to the in-person meetings. But, I think there's some similarities. I mean, we have, we've had some raffle. We had a raffle on the virtual, and every month we have a little tobacco raffle of 2 or 3 tins get raffled off. We have our Christmas party where we have a really big thing where every member of the club gets a tin of tobacco. Like all the dues go toward giving everybody their choice of a tin of tobacco. And then we usually raffle off about 5 pipes. One of the other guys that's been on this meeting, Tom Nizio, is like amazing. He took over the pipe raffle about 2 years ago, and he's just really, ratcheted it up to like, he's coming in with all these like rare tobaccos and hard to find, and he's really brought it up. And he spends the year like just, searching out good buys on pipes. And so, I mean, there's definitely, some similarities between the two clubs. The difference is, the virtual is just a lot bigger, and it's, because the Sherlock Holmes, it's people who just live in the region. So the virtual is definitely bigger, but again, there's some similarities between the two.
It's international with me.
Yeah, it's international with you, David.
Worldwide.
It is indeed international. David Martinez Ruiz. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Miguel. Or obrigado.
Obrigado.
Okay, guys, I have to go now. Thank you very much. I'll see you next week.
Okay.
Right.
All
Dimitri.
right. Okay,
Good luck with the tobacco.
Dimitri.
I know it's probably too late to ask this question. Maybe we can bring it to the next Saturday. But what I meant to say is, like, I know you guys talk about the Tom Elton and also the Sabinelli 320 or 321. Maybe next time we can talk about this kind of pipe that everybody has. Seems like what other models everything seems to have.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's certain pipes, there's certain shapes out there that are super popular. I think the Sabinelli 320 seems to be really popular. I think Castello 55 is really popular too. There's definitely just some shapes out there that, really are, I don't know, popular for some reason.
Yeah, the Sabinelli 320, you cannot mistake in that Sabinelli 320 across the room. Just the way it constructed it.
Yeah.
Even do they copy those and cheat on those from the old GBD?
Yeah.
That's saying.
Yeah.
The way I use a pipe from any maker or any production pipe is like the shape that they do well and other pipe makers can't do well enough. It's like the 78320. Some other company might can make an author shape, but it won't look the same. It won't feel the same. I think that's why 320 was very popular. Is very popular.
The Castello 55, there's been some, I guess some independent artisans, and I think even Radice has made their version of the 55, but it's kind of neat. They credit it, they call it, Shape 50. It's their tribute. It's their expression of it, which is really pretty neat, I guess, honoring, that shape.
Yeah, and also in Europe, once the Stanwell was big, the 11 was very popular. Now you see, unfortunately, not so often the classic shapes from Stanwell. The 11, the 95, and also from Sabinelli, that is also very quite often to see is the 315, also the print shape from Sabinelli. That is very popular and common. And a London pipe, you have all, or billiard, the classic shapes. Do you have some experience with the old Stanwell shapes, the 11 or something like that in the States?
I noticed Stanwell's pretty popular in the States. There's quite a few vendors sell them.
Do they have the 11?
I'm not sure what the 11 looks like, but
11's a pot shape, isn't it?
It's a pot shape. Yeah. It's a flattened
I'm a big
shape.
Stanwell collector. Yeah. I haven't got an 11. I've been looking for one for quite some time. I have a good collection of Stanwells. I tend to try and collect, the older ones. But the 11's been on my radar for quite some time and just haven't found the right one. A few came up on eBay recently, but I do love the Stanwell shapes. And I think I have most of my collection is from the Danish production. I have a couple, I think 2 that were made in Italy when they moved. But I prefer the Danish ones. I just think it's, the Stanwell's Danish pipe. And
there's definitely a difference.
Yeah. But I enjoy them. I think they're very classic Danish designs. I like to try and look for the old Sixten Iverson design shapes. And if you really look into the brand and the history of the brand, it'll surprise you as to the carvers, who carved or designed certain shapes and have gone on to become names of their own. It's amazing.
Yeah. Paul Winslow made some pipes, and Konovich, several other pipe makers.
Eltang.
Eltang,
yeah.
S-Bang. Don't forget S-Bang.
Yeah, sure.
Absolutely. So a few years ago, they reissued the 124, the Lovat shape from 60.
Yes.
And I don't understand why they pretend to do that, because that is so a classic shape and Danish design. And I don't understand their politics. The pipes that I see when I go to a dealer from Stanwell, they are not so attractive to me anymore. I don't get it why they do that. They have such a great catalog of shapes. Yeah. Why they choose the boring one?
One of my posting actually, I told you guys that the gentleman that introduced me to pipe smoking is an 85-year-old man. So he invited me to his house and basically said, well, you want to pipe smoking, so I'll teach you how to do it. So I went to his house. He got this room a little smaller than a 2-door garage. And I kid you not, when I post that on our website, on our Facebook page, his collection of Sabinellis and Dunhill. Right now, when you buy Sabinelli, normally it's a 673 or 602. This guy owns 4-digit model of Sabinelli. They used to actually have 8001, 6007, and half of the wall on that is actually Sabinellis and Sabinellis with 4 digits and then he got some Dunhill as well. So he handed me this Dunhill and basically said, I want you to start smoking with this. And I returned it to him. It's like, well, you don't have to return it to me. You can keep it. So I kept that as part of the mementos from him. He's no longer with us. But I mean, the Sabinellis that he got, I didn't even know that Sabinellis actually used to have 4 numbers instead of 3. So all his Sabinellis are actually 4-digit in models. So the one that I was talking to him about is actually the Sabinelli 8001. And you can't find it because, like what I said, the Sabinellis right now, all those old models are gone. You can't get it anymore. So when I walk into that room, he got this 2 leather chair, and then his collection of those jar for tobacco. It's just, I was speechless for about 15 minutes when I look at his collection. Very unassuming man, very humble. And then when he invited me to his house and I look at the collection of pipe, it's mind-boggling to me that people accumulated. It's almost half of the wall on that room is Sabinellis and Sabinellis and Dunhill. And when we talk about to Steve today, those state pipe, when the person passed away, normally the family doesn't have any idea what it's worth. And what he did, basically, he donated, when he sold all the pipe and the family sold the pipe, he basically donated the proceeds of the pipe to University of Victoria. Not with the family, well, the family is wealthy for sure, but for him, he basically told the family that once I passed, I want you to sell all the pipes and give it to University of Victoria. And that for me is pretty amazing. So when you guys talk about Sabinellis and models, I didn't know that there's 40 digits. I only know 673, 602, and then all of a sudden seeing those and holding one in my hand, I was like, yeah, I'm a pipe smoker. That basically convinced me. I was like, no, forget about the cigar and forget about the cigarette. I'm a pipe smoker. So yeah, it just, yeah.
These 4 digits put into which period? When was it that Sabinelli?
I think it's during the 50s and 60s. So you can actually Google them sometimes. So when I got home, when he showed me his collection, I Googled and basically, yeah, sure enough, the Achille Sabinelli from Italy, the model that he was releasing early days of Sabinelli, it's 4 digits. It's not 3 digits at all. Yeah.
I have a question for Jason. Jason, you are pretty active on our Facebook page, and I really appreciate it. But most of the time I see you with the clay pipe. So what is the story about your clays?
Yeah, I have 3 clay pipes, and usually I like smoking the clays every once in a while, depending on I have smaller ones. If I want a shorter smoke, I'll bring a clay for the ride to work, or if I have a short break at work, something that won't take too long to smoke, I'll use those. And I also like the clays for trying new blends, because to me, it gives you the natural taste of the flavors of the tobacco without anything added from the briar or anything like that.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm thinking of buying one, the clay pipe. Is that for cool smoking, or you just use it to basically try a new blend? I never tried that clay pipe before. I'm thinking of getting one. And thank you for you, Mr. Heidick. I ordered one Peterson. It's coming. I never owned a Peterson before.
I think
have one coming.
What model did you get?
It's actually a Dublin. It's it's actually a Zulu. I can't remember the name, but it's coming. So I'm excited about it.
I think you'll be happy with it, Miguel.
Yeah.
So one thing, I don't know much about clay pipes, but what I'm told is that you should never put your hand on the bowl, because the bowl gets really super hot.
It does get hot.
Yeah. Sounds like you don't want to do that.
Some of the models have a little tab under the bowl that you can kind of hold on to that stays a little cooler. But they do tend to smoke very hot. And I kind of liken them.
Hold it like this also.
You can hold it like that. It can.
Yeah.
I kind of liken them to similar in my perspective to meerschaums, in what Jason was saying. You get the full flavor of the tobacco. There's nothing that the pipe itself imparts as it does a briar. So much like a meerschaum, you get the full appreciation of the tobacco. So it's really good to try tobaccos in. I smoke my clays when I get my tin down to less than a bowl that I could fit in a briar, and I usually finish off the tin in a clay.
I have a question about the cleaning of the clay. I heard that some people put the clay from time to time in the oven. What are you guys doing?
That is
I haven't done that. I just use a pipe cleaner but I heard you can do that as well.
Yeah, that's not a joke, because if you have a lot of heat on the clay, it cleans up the pipe and it looks like brand new.
Yes, I've read that.
That works totally. It's a good way to work with that, because you don't get always a cleaner through it. That's depending on how it's made. And I have some clay pipes, but they are not my favorites. More for tobacco testing, as you all mentioned. It's very good to get a pristine view on the flavors that the tobacco has. It's so clear and nothing gets in the way of that flavor. But I like more the briar pipes. So I have some. So I don't have to clean it so much, but the oven thing works very well. Yeah.
Make sure you don't put them in the dishwasher like one of my guys from my pipe club did with all his pipes until he told the story, and we told him, not anymore, please. Don't ever do that.
I found they stay pretty clean.
Don't do that. Or the washing machine.
Well, water and
break
wood doesn't go well.
Like where you put the silverware.
I got a question. I got a quick question for Mr. David Martinez. In Spain, can you smoke actually inside a restaurant if you're in Spain?
Since 2007, no. I remember until I was there, one of my coworkers used to smoke, and he knew I smoked pipes, and it was disgusting because he smoked cherry. And it's like, no, I'm not smoking with you at work. I respect other people. But 2007 is the year that they prohibit everywhere, except if you belong to a pipe club, you can have like a license. If you have like a space that you can run like Tim does with his Sherlock Holmes team, you can do it outside patios or in the middle of like a bench or whatever you want to do it, but not anymore. No restaurants or nothing.
So, David, is cherry more horrible than Lakeland aroma?
Never. I'd rather smoke Borkum Reef cherry than any lake.
Great.
Sorry.
So this is one thing I love about this group. It just, I mean, you can get this somewhere else. I mean, like what I said to you guys, the continued education that I got on this forum, it's pretty amazing. I mean, I basically set aside between 3 to 4 hours, to be quite honest, instead of 2 hours that DDR sometimes do. And I can get enough of listening to you guys with regards to this, because like what I said, I'll be a pipe smoker forever. And I'm not going to give it up because of the amount of pipe I have now. But other than that, yeah, the education that I got from you guys, different blend, what to expect, how do you smoke it, and different pipes that you need. And then all my pipes are Sabinellis, and then I got a couple of Eltons. But you know, my Peterson is coming, that's for sure. And then as soon as I got that, I'll post it on the site. I'm pretty sure it's going to be fantastic, because obviously Peterson is fantastic company for pipes. So I can't wait until I got it on my hand and then just basically smoke it.
It won't be your only one, I'm sure. It's not going to be your only. I started off with one about 8 years ago, and now I've got a bunch. So you know, and I'm really into the brand. So you know, what I like about the Peterson, you know, they have a really nice price range.
Yeah.
You know, just about anybody can buy one. You know, they have some upper level ones, but they're very approachable, and they have a ton of models, and you know, they've got silver on like 80% of them. It's you know, just I think I just love the story, love the history, love the plastic shapes.
When he gets his first Peterson, he would get rid of his Sabinellis. Don't worry about it.
You'll be a major convert.
It's the latest one that I purchased. It's the
that's nice. What is that? B42?
B42, yes.
That's nice. That's really nice.
Pretty nice blast. I think they're doing some excellent blasts.
Yeah.
Since Laudisi took over. So I enjoy this one very much.
You know, Lou, you should go on the site. They're having a 50% sale on I think a lot of I just got one of the 2019 Pipe of the Year, which was the replica of the John Bull model.
Yes. I have the smooth, and I was looking. I could use a sandblast version.
Okay.
It would be nice.
Is it a little bit bigger than the 999? Like it's a little bit larger?
I think it is. Yeah, it's a little chubbier.
Yeah.
Than the traditional 999.
Yeah, that's what I'm looking for.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought that was a great deal at $100.
Yeah, I started looking at all them sandblasts, and because I wanted to find one with a really nice blast from the photos, and there's just so many out there. I had to stop.
I know it's funny, like why all of a sudden, like the pipe came out in 2019 and all of a sudden they have 100 of them on the site.
Yeah.
Where did they come from?
I know they were a little hard to find. They sold out pretty quick, and now all of a sudden they're inundated. It looks like they're inundated.
Yeah, I don't know. They must have found them in a box in the back of the factory, back of their warehouse or something.
Yeah.
Oliver, can we have Tim as a guest? I don't know, like a Peterson historian or something?
No, I don't know.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I don't.
That's a great idea.
Yeah,
I have a question with him. Do you smoke any Peterson's blend that you really like?
Oh yeah, Old Dublin's my favorite.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's kind of like a mild English. I like that a lot. I like University Flake a lot. I mean, their tobacco. They make a lot of aromatics, which I'm not a big fan of. I don't really like those too much. I'm really more into I really prefer the pipes more than the tobacco, but they do have a couple, like I said, those two blends that I really like.
If you get the old Irish oak, it was a great vapor. That's a good one. And if you're okay with aromatics, the old Sherlock Holmes, it was great. Totally different than the one they make now.
Yeah. And to me, the old Dublin Peterson is like, if you're looking for an English tobacco, people ask you what English blends taste like. To me, it's Peterson Old Dublin. It's like the best English basic.
Yeah. Do you like Bashma Oriental, Amir?
Yeah, I like Orientals. Basma not so much. I don't get to taste that much Basma. But then for Orientals, I like Dunhill. What do you call that? There's an Oriental mixture.
London mixture.
Yeah, London mixture. Yeah.
But the reason why I ask is because Old Dublin has Basma on it.
You didn't know that.
If you don't care about Basma, that shouldn't be your tobacco anymore.
Okay. That's a nice thought.
Try that one and a clay one like Lou is saying, and you will notice the Basma. But smoke it super slowly, and don't worry if you have to relight it 20 times. Smoke it on a clay, and you will notice the difference.
Have you guys heard about this?
Yeah, that guy's great.
Yeah,
he's great.
Okay.
I haven't heard.
I got a couple of ones if somebody's interested. I actually got rid of one Bulldog. I gave it to my best friend on my pipe club. He just saw it.
I ordered this online, and I have to be honest with you. Look at the size on that bowl. Yeah, and then you can smoke this. You can smoke this in actually about. There's only 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 of us. Look at the size on it. It was like you can actually put. I don't know how. You can probably smoke this in 3 days.
You can drive on the autobahn for hours smoking just that pipe.
With the windows closed, remember.
You know what I like about his pipes, that he makes some really attractive pipes, and they're at a very reasonable price.
But I recommend you to buy them. I know him personally because he used to come to he keeps doing. He came to Spain to our club convention or slow smoking contest every year. And we had 3 or 4 pipes from him, like Pipe of the Year or the one for the contest. Some of his pipes used to be $80, from 80 to maybe $150, no more than that. But I recommend you to buy them straight from him from Italy. Don't get people in between.
Yeah, I got this from Italy, actually. I got it from
What's the range? What's the range price?
I think
now they may be around 120, 140.
Yeah, around there. I think this one right here is about 100.
No more than that. And he has a great. Yeah. He does really great with like different kind of sandblast. His pipes, unless you get a big one, they're kind of light, and you can talk to him straightforward via email, and he's going to send you pictures of everything he does. And he's like a reasonable guy. He didn't overprice himself. He started at the same time like Mauricio Tombari with Le Nouvelet, for example, just to give you an example. And Le Nouvelet's pipes now are $700 and above. And he's still maybe to the American market, maybe 300 at most.
Yeah.
But if you buy them from Europe, he's going to put you the European price at, again, no more than 150.
The only reason why I want to show it to you guys, there's about 10 of us in the room, I believe. And basically, Oliver, the next raffle that we're going to do, and I'm going to break it to you guys, I will donate this to the club. So basically, I'll send it to you, Oliver. And then the next raffle that we have is I'm thinking of sending it to you. So what's going to happen is that, obviously you're getting some donations or whatnot. I think this one right here is 1 month. There's no special occasion. We basically have a raffle. So I'll send it to you, Oliver, and then basically I'll donate this to the club. That's the reason I'm keeping it.
You could donate it to me if you
No, I just want to do something for the club. The club is doing a fantastic job that leads to you guys. So I think it's only fitting that you can talk to DDR as well. So the next one, you let me know what your address. I'll send it to you, Oliver, and then
I have
1 month we have a
I have a better idea, Miguel. Yeah. Send it to Amir, and Amir sent me 2 of his pipes.
Yeah. or the other option as well is that in order for club not to incur any shipping charges to ship it, I'll ship it to whoever win it. So at my cost. So that's the least I can do for the club.
Thank you so much, Miguel. We will figure that out. But I have a question for you for your new pipe that you ordered. Is it a P-lip pipe or is it not a P-lip?
The P-lip is like there's a little hole on it, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
I think it's a fish tail.
Okay, I see your new second pipe, and that is not a system pipe as well, right? So I see your third new pipe.
Yeah, it's not a system pipe because I look at some of the systems. Some of them are pretty expensive, but this one I'm a sucker when it comes to Dublin and Zulu. So that's what I ordered.
So we need Tim right now. So why he should order a P-lip and why he should order a system pipe?
Well, I mean, I think you want to smoke. That's their whole claim to their whole brand is the P-lip and the system. It's the patent. It's the thing that makes Peterson because that's when the whole brand started. Charles Peterson walked into to their factory and said, I want to make pipes. I can make pipes better. He came up with that whole system of the P-lip, and that's their patent system. Yeah. So I think what you want to at some point in the future you want to try a system pipe because you want to see what it's like to deal with the P-lip and, have the smoke go up and, just get that whole system. It's, when I started, I really, I was not a big fan, but now I am. And now I've got, quite a few P-lips. So it's the claim to the brand, which is, something you might want to try in the future.
Yeah. And don't be worried much at the beginning about the fact that sometimes some Petersons smoke great from the day one. Sometimes they take you 2-3 months until you say one day, oh, it smokes great. What I recommend you to do is smoke it, wait 24 hours, and then smoke it tomorrow again. Do it several times per week, and you will get the cake and you will get it used to as soon as possible.
Yeah, actually, David, I did what you told us basically last week. You're trying both different blend for a different pipe. So what I did is I tried this on a different pipe. And then the McBaron HH Virginia, pure Virginia, I put on side by side. So it's totally different tobacco. I mean, this one for me is much more sweeter. It's sweeter than the HH Bund, and I love them both. And like what I said, I mean, I have another box coming in, and I only ordered basically the HH. So I'm gonna order more of this. Probably I'm gonna order about 4 of them. So that'll take me about 2-3 months. So I just basically break it to you guys. I don't normally say something about me, putting myself in there saying that I'm going to donate. My plan is to basically not to say anything, but you guys are a great group. We only have about 8 or 10 here. So again, Oliver, so if you want, I'll take a picture. And then basically you show it to them, and then the next raffle, if if whoever wants, I don't care where it is, I'll ship it to them as part of my basically donation for the club.
But why don't we keep it between the 10 of us?
Oh, there you go.
Yeah,
That's even better. That's even better. Yeah. No, I mean, the amount of knowledge that I have here, this is the least I can do for the club. So you let me know how you want to do it, Oliver and DDR, and then I don't want the club to incur charges when it comes to shipping it. I'll ship it myself if it doesn't matter where part of the world. We're international. That's all that matters.
Yeah,
that's a great idea. Thank you very much for that.
Thank you, Miguel.
No problem. Yeah. It's actually
what is your thought on
gives you with it gives you with the box and everything.
Yeah, what is Tim's thought on the straight system pipe? Because it's so rare for me to find one.
Yes, I don't have a lot to say. I don't have one. I don't have a lot to say about that, but I know it's so rare to find one like that.
Right? Are they still making it?
That's a good question. I'm not sure if they're still making it, but I mean, I haven't run into one in a while.
I thought I saw them on smoking pipes or one of the things where they had system pipes. They were still making them, so they're still selling them. Are they the same?
Yes. They're not so common. I have a good pipe friend. He's a great Peterson lover. He is a collector of since 40 years, and he has some of the straight system pipes. They are not so common, but they make them still now. You have to research it. Go to Peterson.
Hey guys, I'm gonna go now. My wife is back.
Okay. All right, Miguel.
So yeah, I mean, I'll watch it on YouTube. I'm pretty sure I can watch this in YouTube. Oliver, just tell me what you guys wanted to do. If you want me to ship it to you, or you want me to ship it straight to whoever wins this. So if you guys one day you want to have a raffle for the team, and then let me know. I'll ship it to you. I'll ship it straight to the member who won it, and then I'll pay for the shipping as well. Okay.
We will figure that out. Thank you very much, Miguel. So that brings me to the point. We hit the 15-minute right now.
Yeah.
I would say 15-minute overtime. So
okay.
Let's.
I appreciate you guys. Have a great night.
Okay.
Same for you guys.
Appreciate all of you.
Okay, guys.
Thank you.
Okay, guys.
Take care.
Have a good week.
Bye.
Stay well.
Bye, everybody.
See you soon.
Bye. Have a good week.
Thank you.
Thank you.